All right. Good morning. This is a special open meeting of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission here on Thursday, July 17th. It's about 9:31, so we're starting about a minute late. Sorry about that. And today we're here to discuss the wildfire mitigation workshop series that we've had going on. This is the second of uh, 4 total workshops that we plan to have. We'll go ahead and get started with the roll call.
Commissioner Nyberg,
Present.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Present.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Present.
All 3 commissioners are present and we have a quorum.
Thank you. So we have an agenda before us today. I know that one of the presenters was changed for the Techno Silva presentation. And so that's one change that I would have, but commissioners, we do have other changes that you would like to propose. That looks like a great program. Okay, so the name of the presenter for Techno Silva is Steve Vanderberg. He's the VP of Weather and Risk at the company. And so I would move to adopt the agenda with that one revision.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Yes.
Commissioner Nyberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Yes.
The vote passes 3-0.
Sure. So, thank you all for coming to our second wildfire workshop. We've put these workshops together to respond to the increasing risk and increasing reality of wildfires in our region. Right now, we have the Laguna fire burning, and the town of Ruidoso has been dealing with repeated flash floods that are made worse by recent fires. And the commission needs to know what our utilities and other organizations are doing to prevent and prepare for wildfires. And importantly, we want to know how we can help and whether our rules need to be changed to adapt. These workshops are an opportunity for the commission and all parties to learn about what is currently happening in the state and to discuss the potential next steps. In our previous workshop, we focused on how utilities respond during and after wildfires. We discussed recent legislation around wildfires, including Senate Memorial 2, which asks state agencies to create a wildfire study group. We heard from the Morro San Miguel Co-op about their recent experience with the Hermit's Peak fire and the recovery process. And the utility discussed their power safety, power shutoff processes, and how they notify customers. And today, the workshop will be focusing on preparations for wildfire, including assessing and valuing risk. Also, what utilities can do to ensure against wildfire damages and new technology types that could be used to detect wildfires. And for the utility panel, we changed the format a little bit. We asked the utilities to collaborate on a group presentation rather than doing 3 separate presentations. We thought that doing it that way could avoid some repetition, but also recognizing that there could be some sense of sensitivities around the insurance type, amount, price. And so thought that if the utilities presented together, we can generalize it some and also avoid any potential discussion of pending issues. So thank you for the utilities for working together and collaborating that presentation. Looking forward to it. And having gone through many years of school, I know how hard it could be to work on a group project. So to that end, I understand that Kyle Ingham from SPS led the collaboration. So thank you to him for that. And thank you also to all our presenters today. Looking forward to the discussion. Commissioners, do you have any opening remarks? Any additional?
Mr. Chair, I really appreciated your remarks that, we do want to be of assistance and help, because I do think that some of the risks that you all face, those utilities or transmission lines with across various terrain, pose it to risk, and sometimes that risk cannot be easily mitigated by actions of your own. And it's those things that I'm particularly interested in, because I think it will require a legislative solution. And we want to be helpful in that regard to the extent that. So that's something that I'll be particularly interested in. But thanks for the.
Yeah, similarly, thank you for pulling this together and forward to what today brings. And I thought your introduction of where we've been in.
Great, so we could move on to the presentations, and the first presentation we have today is by Abigail Klecki from MNERD. MNERD's Community Wildfire Defense. She is MNERD's Community Wildfire Defense Grant Coordinator. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. So before we get into my slides, I do want to provide an update on the Senate Joint Memorial 2. That is the wildfire study group, and MNERD led the charge on facilitating the first meeting. It just happened last week. Folks in attendance, MNERD, including the Forestry Division, ECAM, Energy Conservation and Management, OSI, DHSEM, utilities, trial lawyers, the insurance industry professionals, and wildfire industry professionals. So I would say we had a really productive meeting. Things that we talked about were current programs, current processes, potential gaps in future collaboration, and what are our legislative needs, because as we remember, we need to report out for future legislative efforts. So we came out with 4 working groups: liability and negligence, grid modernization, partnership and organizational linkage through pre-season convening, and then also data sharing. So our next meeting is going to be August 5th. If anyone would like to participate or get involved, you can absolutely let me know and I can get you on the schedule. Okay, so now I'm going to cover more in depth of the forestry division's progress, and that's what we see on the slide. So we had 2 bills pass, the HB 175, and we had Senate Bill 33, which is the Wildfire Prepared Program. So for House Bill 175, we did receive some funding, and forestry worked out with our advisory board and council our processes to implement the community mitigation buffers. So that's going to be going in our Forest and Watershed Health Act fund. And we are now ready to target. So that's what you see on the slide. The first picture to the left is where you can find our New Mexico community mitigation buffers. And you can see what communities are potential for mitigation, like thinning around the communities, or next step would be our home hardening program. So our GIS specialist, this is all in-house. The work that has been done on the mapping. So you can zoom in, and that's what you see on the right is an example of communities in the red are the strongest potential for mitigation that would benefit that community. And then those are the top 100. Oh, there's even. Oh. That's fine. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's great because then we can see. So this is the Pinos Altos area and you can see around the outskirts of the community. That's where the red is. That's where our primary target is. So those are the top 100 you could see throughout the state. And the yellow, they can absolutely use the work, but we're going to set out for the red communities first. So that's what's happening in House Bill 175. And like I said, we're ready to implement now. So, and then our next slide. And you can find this on our website, on our Forestry Division website. Our next slide is the Senate Bill 33, Wildfire Prepared Program. So as a recap, this is our home hardening program. This bill passed and we were not allocated any funds, but we're moving forward with the Fire Planning Task Force. We've amended the Fire Planning Task Force. We had our first meeting with our new representatives and we're looking to adopt our standards for this program, which we're looking at the Institute of Business and Home Safety for their wildfire prepared home. And we actually just went to the IBHS facility last week as well and said, how can these meet New Mexico's needs? So they're helping us with TPO roofs, flat top roofs, how are we gonna make that Class A? And we're building more standards into our program. So that's really good news. And they're a wonderful partner. So, and this map, again, Randy, our GIS specialist, put this together and it's looking at the IBHS. They just came out with a neighborhood standard. We're not looking at that, but we're using their science to say, how are we going to target and prioritize our communities? So we're using these monies responsibly if we get some in the future. So Randy took their standards and canopy data from the Forest Service and looking at buffers and how big we need to make these home clusters and retrofit potentially. So that's what you're seeing on this slide. So, but again, we're moving forward with the standards. We're making this program shovel ready and hopefully we can find some future funding for the Wildfire Prepared Program. But that's what I have prepared for you all today. And of course, pending questions. And report.
Mr. Carroll, Abigail, thank you for the presentation. To what extent is Ms. McCarty, the state forester, working with the Forest Service on particularly transmission lines that run through the national forest and allowing the utilities not only to access the rights of way, but to identify potential risk outside of the right of way and addressing those potential risks? Is there some active engagement or is the Forest Service being the councilman? What's that?
Well, I know that we have avenues now, like the Good Neighbor Authority that we could utilize, and the Explore Act was just amended to include more of this utility right away. So, but I can't speak to that. I have not been part of those conversations if they're going on. So we're hoping to move in that direction. And even with the communities, we're hoping to, use this legislation piece to treat Forest Service needs in communities. And I think the next step would be utility right of ways.
You might sound to the state forester that if she is finding some difficulty there to maybe let some of us know, because I think we have maybe a unique opportunity to, get some action on the part of the Forest Service. So I think, there's been some inquiries as to, federal agencies and their, longstanding refusal to act on certain things. The Forest Service in my career has been a difficult agency to deal with. This may be an opportunity to raise those issues, particularly if the Forest Service is not able to get through to on some of these issues. Maybe there's some avenues to be for open communication.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you for your presentation and update.
Thank you.
Great, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. But I'm wondering if we have our next presenters ready. So we have on the agenda next, technology spotlight, and some tools for detection, modeling, and decision. Perfect, that's great. Sorry, yeah, that's even better. And with us, we have Chris Carter, and he is the State Government Affairs Manager at Pano AI. I will turn it over to you, and thank you for coming in person. There we go. Does this work?
Well, thank you for having me. As introduced, my name is Chris Carter. I'm the State Government Affairs Manager at Pano AI, and I appreciate everyone's time today to talk about what we're doing in the space of AI wildfire early detection and real-time intelligence, which we've seen be foundational to the wildfire management plans for our utility customers across the country, and want to talk about what that looks like and what it can look like in New Mexico as well. And I have to make the video for the reference for me, but I think you want sense. Okay, great. So what you see here is sort of the traditional model of wildfire detection and response up at the top. The legacy approach, you have a fire ignition, and then someone needs to see it. So bystander spots smoke, depending on location. That could take minutes, could take hours. And then, if you ever want to hear some horror stories of detecting where incidents are, talk to a dispatcher, and they'll tell you all sorts of stories about, well, I think I'm near this road and there's a big boulder nearby. So locating exactly where that fire is. Fire agencies then need to send someone out to confirm the location of a fire and get eyes on that incident. That again can take hours when you have to send out a truck. Those are resources being expended by the fire response agency, and they're obligated to respond. So even if it's not an incident that requires significant resources from the agency, they're sending that out because they got a call. Eventually get a location confirmed, confirmation gets sent out to a dispatch center that then coordinates with agency jurisdiction, mutual aid if applicable. There's a whole flow behind the scenes in terms of fire response until eventually the containment resources are actually deployed. And at that point, utilities are notified of what's happening. And utilities have to rely on agencies for information about the response, exactly what's happening. That's constant phone calls going back and forth with wildfire teams at utilities, getting information before eventually the fire is contained. And so what Pano technology can do is shorten that flow. Minutes matter. And so if you look down below at the approach when there are detection cameras available, we'll talk about the technology in a moment here, but these cameras are constantly monitoring the horizon, looking for the first signs of smoke. So as soon as there's an ignition, Pano stations can detect that smoke and send notifications out to every responding agency and dispatch center, even emergency management centers that might need to respond or at least have situational intelligence of that. Simultaneously, Pano is able to alert our utility customers who have an interest in critical infrastructure in that area, where the fire is moving, how it started, and exactly how agencies are responding. That allows simultaneous deployment of resources, so this doesn't interrupt the flow of dispatch centers, but it does allow, like I said, every agency to know what's happening because they might need to be pulled in along the way. And then from their agencies, whether they're directly responding, figuring out exactly how many resources need to be sent out, what needs to happen. Utilities are also able to monitor exactly what's happening with as many users as necessary and look at these cameras simultaneously. Utilities then can plan their response, think about de-energization. In situations where you need a PSPS, be able to make really pinpoint decisions about what that's going to need to look like and monitoring where fire is going, where there might be risk. And ultimately, fires can be contained with optimal resources, both from the utility side and from responding agencies. Move to the next slide. Great, thanks. So what a pano station is always two cameras mounted on a high vantage point. Oftentimes we'll use telecommunications towers, but we can really work off of any sort of existing infrastructure that provides a high vantage point to go through a very thorough process of looking at what potential areas are for an area of interest, where you get the best coverage. And always put up two different cameras. Each camera is an ultra high resolution camera, circulating 360 degrees. And those two cameras work together to stitch together a 360-degree picture of what the horizon looks like and what the land looks like in the surrounding area. On top of that, in the second square there, you see the AI that's constantly running, looking for, as I said, the first signs of smoke. And it's been around since 2020. We've trained this AI on over 1 billion images of smoke in different parts of the world and all across the country. So the technology can distinguish from things like snow, from dust, from cloud cover. And our role is to identify smoke as soon as it happens, not to classify that smoke, not to make decisions on behalf of our customers or responding agencies. Is to get that notification out as quickly as possible and then enable agencies and utilities to have real-time visual intelligence throughout an incident. And we'll talk about what the view looks like behind an alert in just a moment. But you can see in the third square there, as soon as smoke is detected, that alert is sent out, like I said, to responding agencies and utilities, and it brings them into a really easy to use interface so they can look at exactly where the incident is with a precise lat long. They can look at layers like weather data, wind speed, wind direction, and decide exactly what needs to happen in order to respond. Move to the next slide, please. That may not be displaying fully, and that's okay. We'll have an example so everyone here and listening in can actually look on their phones at what this looks like in a moment. So not a problem. But essentially, when an alert goes out, the recipients of that alert are able to look at the specific incident either on their phone or on a desktop. The real-time image from the stations that have detected that incident. Again, they get the precise latitude and longitude. There's also, we import data about critical infrastructure and transmission lines, so they can see exactly how far an incident is from transmission lines that are on the map, and they can view that zoomed out as well. They have the map layers that I talked about before, including things like active fire perimeter and historical fire perimeter, which is particularly useful for understanding where a fire might move. And this is information for real-time decision making. Looks like, oh, there we go. Okay, great. So there's a visual you can see. I'll move on quickly here so we don't take up too much time. But like I said, we'll have an example here at the end of your case study, and you can see on your phone exactly what it looks like for yourself. If you can move to the next slide, please. If this will work for us, this is a video. You can hit play on. So pano cameras are equipped with a 30x zoom. I think a bird on a transmission line. So you can zoom in and you can see exactly what's going on, where an incident is after it's been detected. I'll go through this case study later. You can actually see in the zoom there, Helitech dropping water on the fire in this incident. We'll talk about that in the future. Just want to give you a quick example of the visual of the sort of Zoom that both utilities and responding agencies can employ to immediately diagnose what sort of response they need to send out, and then keep eyes on as the incident continues. You move to the next slide, please. So in addition to the technology, what Pano does is it serves as a connector. So we have a dedicated team, primarily of former firefighters themselves, whose entire full-time job is to go out and onboard responding agencies in the area of every single Pano station that gets installed anywhere in the world that it gets put up. And what that means is whenever Pano detects an incident, those agencies are already onboarded. They know how to use the system. They're looking at the same information that our utility customers have available to them. So everyone's working off of the same slate. And that means we can actually connect, like I said, cut out some of the back and forth that traditionally happens in the legacy model, where utilities need to be asking for information, going back and forth, and trying to communicate while an incident's ongoing. So we have a network that's sponsored in different parts of the country by both public and private entities, and every single station can communicate with other Pano stations to triangulate incidents. So it's not as if a utility's implementation of Pano only works for that utility's information. There is a growing nationwide network of Pano stations that operate and communicate with each other all the time. We work closely with state and federal fire agencies, local fire agencies, local stakeholders, city and county fire agencies, as well as officials, our utilities, and dispatch centers, bringing everyone together for information in one place. And I just want to call out a couple of examples here. Folks we work with in Colorado have praised Pano for bringing together a traditionally layered approach to the fire response. And our goal here is to make sure the flow of information from utilities to fire response partners can happen smoothly and without miscommunication. I'll note also that right now Pano has over 350 fire agencies onboarded to our platform, and 1,600 and growing individual users that utilize the platform today. Move to the next slide, please. So just talking about some of the benefits of Pano, we're able to deploy faster than other modalities of wildfire protection and mitigation. So lower capital outlay from things like undergrounding or eventual PSPS. We can deploy fairly quickly. We can site across fire from regions. And Pano is a turnkey solution, which means that every time we put up a station, Pano has internal staff that are specialized in where stations should be in consultation with our customers, working on all the leasing agreements and permitting that needs to happen in order to make that happen quickly. And we have staff that maintains all this equipment as well, so that we have uptime continuously. We also integrate with utilities wildfire tech stacks. So tools like TechnoSilva, who's presenting here as well, are strong partners of ours. And ultimately, our goal is to support comprehensive situational awareness for everyone involved. And then ultimately operational savings. So when we can triangulate an incident almost immediately, anytime smoke is spotted, that defrays the cost eventually of wildfires that get out of control and cause significant risks both to utilities and to the surrounding communities. And I just want to call out quickly that Portland General Electric, one of our customers in Oregon, called out in their Q2 earnings call that they'd seen a 30x return on investment from their deployment of Pano stations. So a fairly modest investment in this technology can defray exponentially growing costs of wildfire. You move to the next slide, please. Real quick, a couple additional use cases. Our bread and butter is detecting and responding to wildfire, but we've seen our customers utilize the technology in a number of ways that are particularly useful for utility customers. That includes infrastructure monitoring. So again, utilizing that Zoom, you can keep an eye on a lot of transmission lines and critical infrastructure in the viewshed of a Pano station. Keeping an eye on personnel both before, during, and after incidents when, a lot of examples where there is only one access road, or you want to know exactly where people are, make sure fire is moving towards a place where you can send a response team. You can also look at vegetation over the long term. You can see a time lapse of how vegetation changes, look at conditions in the area of your infrastructure and use that to figure out what sort of mitigation you might need to do in terms of preventative measures. And of course, looking at weather condition, both during, but also before and after incidents, figure out what's coming, what you need to be aware of on a given day, particularly important when you have things like red flag warning days, and there's an increased risk of an incident. Move to the next slide, please. So just a quick picture of where Pano is today. We are in 10 US states. That's growing rapidly. We expect to be in, I believe, 18 at the end of the year. We're also in 5 states in Australia and the province of British Columbia in Canada. As I mentioned before, we have partnerships with state agencies as well as utilities and private landowners, and all of those stations communicate together to build a comprehensive public-private network to protect against the threat of wildfire. We recently named a Time Top 100 Most Innovative Company as well. I'm pretty proud of. You can move to the next slide, please. I want to call out a couple of ways that our utility customers have addressed the cost of these sorts of investments, and so in how regulators have chosen to help them address those costs. So between 2020 and 2025, Puget Sound Energy, one of our customers, emphasized investments in their grid modernization, including wildfire risk and cameras. And they sought and were granted approval for cost of wildfire detection in a recent rate case. Portland General also sought rate cases, and they were able to secure deferred accounting of $100 million for these sorts of investments. That's another direction to go. And Xcel Energy, we're really proud to partner with in a variety of states here. To be here with you all presenting as well today. Filed a $500 million rider to recover incremental wildfire mitigation investments over a 5-year period. And while the PUC in Colorado didn't approve that, they did approve deferred accounting, again, for expenses associated with Xcel's 5-year wildfire mitigation plan in the state. The next slide, please. So I know I moved quickly on that where Pano is slide, but you might have noticed that New Mexico isn't highlighted quite yet. We're excited to say that that's changing very soon. We have a partnership with the state of New Mexico working on a forthcoming deployment that is state sponsored. That'll be an initial 11 Pano stations across Santa Fe and the Albuquerque and East Mountains regions. We are also expecting utility, including Xcel, and private landowner deployments of more than 30 additional stations in New Mexico in the coming 2 years. And again, I just want to emphasize the network effect here. So as multiple stakeholders invest in Pano stations, including the state, including private landowners, and including utilities, that will help grow a network that covers communities throughout the state, covers critical infrastructure throughout the state, and every single one of those stations will work together to triangulate incidents. And in the next slide, just a zoom in on specifically where those initial 11 stations with our state partnership will be located. You can see here an example of how Pano analyzes viewsheds of stations as well. So you can see in the green triangles where those stations will be located. The light blue radius circle is the viewshed of those stations. That's where we can pick up the absolute first signs of smoke. We typically like to have stations about 10 miles apart. They can see further, but that allows for optimal triangulation and detection. And in the dark blue overlap areas is where triangulation, precise triangulation is possible with the cooperation of 2 or more stations. And now I have several examples here, but for the sake of time, I'll ask, could we move down to the 3rd QR code, please? Great. So I invite everyone to take a picture of this on your phone if you would like to see exactly what it looks like when an incident is sent out. One of the features in Pano, if an onboarded user receives an alert, you can actually hit a button to share a link of that incident with colleagues, anyone you need to work with is going to need to have situational awareness and on the ground visual intelligence who may not have received the alert. So that's exactly what this is, just converted here since I didn't have everyone's cell phone numbers today. This incident is it's the Red Bridge Road Fire. It happened just last month in Kittitas County, Washington. This is just east of the mountains in Washington State. Very near, and I'm sorry, you can move to the next slide, please. So what you're looking at on your phone, if you took a picture there, is all of the stations that had eyes on the incident. You can see a time lapse of the incident because this is a historical incident. You'll automatically see a time lapse. If it were a real-time incident, you would see live footage from those stations. And if you were a responding agency or utility customer, you'd be able to engage that 30x optical zoom to determine response. This is a red flag warning day, 100-degree weather, only 13% humidity and 20-mile-per-hour winds. Very near to population or over 50 structures determined to be threatened as soon as the incident was detected, and only 2 miles away from transmission lines. Pano cameras picked up smoke 7 minutes before. I'm sorry, 7 miles east of Salem. We did pick up the smoke. It was about 10 minutes. The Pano was first to detect the alert, sent that out to both our utility customers as well as multiple agencies, Washington State Department of Natural Resources, state agency we have a network investment with in the state of Washington, similar to what we're excited to have here in New Mexico being installed, as well as Mitigation Energy with our customers in Washington State. Both had stations in the area. Stations worked together trying to triangulate that incident. So we had a precise latitude and longitude of where smoke was detected. That was sent immediately to agencies. And even though there were really challenging conditions, we were able to launch a heli-attack that involved and a 150 firefighter response that involved the U.S. Forest Service. It involved the county fire protection district. It involved the Washington State DNR, and they were able to contain that fire at 60 acres, which we believe is a really impressive result and a strong result for the surrounding community as well as for the utility. The last thing I want to call out about this particular incident is both Washington State Department of Natural Resources in determining their response and Mitigation Energy simultaneously were able to engage on optical zoom in their different areas of interest, looking at critical infrastructure and looking at access points and fire spread and response. And so both entities were able to determine exactly what they needed to do next. They were able to know what their counterparts were looking at and what was going to happen. And that's part of what allowed such a quick and precise response, getting a water on that fire immediately. The optical zoom video we showed earlier is from this incident. And so you can see a little closer picture shared by the Sheriff's Department in Kittitas right here on this slide, but you can also see those helicopters flying, something important. And with that, I'll stop. I'm happy to address any questions and turn it over to our principal technician.
Thank you for the presentations, Commissioner. Do you have any questions?
It's interesting technology and being able to filter out some of the things that you talked about, the dust, the snow, the everything. What do you do in areas where wood burning stoves, maybe burning trash in containers on the property? Quite not, there's your technology allow you to discern that that's not a fire that needs to be dispatched or that is what I consider normal activity and sensitivity versus a fire that need to be responded to.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think that's something that gets factored into the deployment conversation and optimal positioning of cameras. So one of the things that I didn't get into here is that Pano has a really robust privacy system built into it. And so anytime there is a residence or anything that's in a view shed, that actually gets hard pixelated. So our philosophy is it's better to detect smoke after the smoke rise rate above the pixelation or protect privacy, than it is to pick up incidents exactly like you're talking about as soon as they may be happening in a fireplace. And so I think that defrays a lot of those sorts of cases, combined with the fact that where pano stations are deployed, we are scanning the horizon, looking for smoke. And so, you know, a wood burning fireplace wouldn't necessarily be what the cameras are looking for all the time. Now, a lot of smoke coming out of a wood burning fireplace or trash being burnt will be picked up. And we actually have several use cases across the country where we've alerted local agencies to those. And the feedback we've gotten from fire agencies that that's information they want to have, right? Burning trash or even just a burn pile, depending on conditions and depending on, you know, permitting situations. That's something that agencies absolutely want to have awareness of, because they might get a call on it anyways, and it might be something they need to be aware it's happening anyways. And instead of having to send out a truck to investigate, decide, oh, okay, this is Joe burning in his yard, they can actually see what it is, determine what the right response is, and maintain their resources, particularly on days like the red flag warning day.
Then the other question I have was, you're obviously dealing with the state of New Mexico. Then you have private entities of that do your services. As you see this moving forward, do you see more interest in governmental entities deploying this technology with the company, or do you see more private industry maybe utilizing this component for this and regulating all this? Because it seems like, based on the view sheds that you're monitoring, more governmental benefit. So, where do you see this going?
Sure. Well, I think it's both. And I think that partnership is really important because fire doesn't care who owns the land. And fire doesn't care where property lines are when it moves. And so what we've seen our customers talk about in terms of private entities and utilities is that they see it as really important for their own wildfire mitigation plans, for their wildfire operations, and for defraying risk. But they also see it as investment in the surrounding community. Right? It's something that they can provide. When you talk about government entities, I should be clearer than I probably was earlier. Every single responding agency that we own for it. So that's dispatch center, that's emergency management divisions, that's local fire agencies, state fire agencies, federal fire agencies. We're providing this technology to them for free. That's part of the service that our customers pay for, whether it's a state customer or a utility or private landowner customer. This is a tool to allow the first responders to do their jobs faster and with on the ground intelligence, and allow our customers to be able to have visual intelligence that enables them to do what they need to do at the same time. But at a larger level, in terms of our partnerships with state agencies, again, I think it's just that public and private network. Fire doesn't care who owns the property that it's started on or moving into. And so really it's both. But from a utility perspective, we've seen our customers deploy in areas where they have critical infrastructure they want to monitor and need to be able to protect in the surrounding areas. And so yeah, I think it's just mutually beneficial.
On the governmental side, is it more at the state level, or do you reach down to the county and the municipality level? As the huge pain unit to deploy the government?
We've had examples of local deployments, absolutely, in certain parts of the country. As there have been at the county level, investments for a couple of stations because they had a critical need. But in large part at the government level, it would be states and the federal government. I think as to it makes sense to complement private investments in a network because of the large amount of state and federal.
As I look at this, it's, who bears the cost? If the ratepayers, utility hired to do this, if the ratepayers at utility are paying for this service, if if it's county government, and it's the people in the county, if it's a state, it's a state. So it's all interesting how this can work itself out over time, but it's going to looks to me like it provides tremendous benefit, but somebody has to pay for the technology to be deployed. And it's just a matter of who does it. In our state, we may have an overlap between different electric cooperatives in the same areas of maybe a decimal home utility. Who picks up those calls for what we suddenly get picked up, such a.
Yeah.
We would have to deal with some of the issues that Oregon and Washington, maybe Colorado have to deal with, at the public utility.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a great question, and I'll just say, I think we envision that as a feature of how the network is designed, shared cost, right? So instead of thinking of whose job is it to look for wildfire, it's a shared burden, and there are certainly entities with different specific interests, but the fact that network works together means that, you know, it's not just taxpayers or ratepayers at any particular level that have to worry about wildfire. It's a cooperative effort. And I'd be happy to follow up if you're interested with more information about how that's looked in other states, particularly I think Colorado is a great example where we have really robust deployments from multiple utility customers, as well as some local governmental customers and how they work together.
Has there been any effort by the National Forest Service to look at deploying this type of technology? You know, in years past, they used to have the lookout towers in remote areas of people. You know, to particularly wildfire, this technology doesn't require a person. This requires, I guess, the fiscal asset to constructed, probably itself's the same going forward. But has the Forest Service done anything with respect to deploying these assets in the national forest?
I couldn't agree more. The 21st century fire tower is a great way to think about the infrastructure itself that we put up. We talk consistently with the Forest Service and have since our founding. And the Forest Service doesn't directly have any deployments, you know, through them as a customer at this point in time. It's certainly something we'd love to see, but we do work closely with the Forest Service in all sorts of parts of the country where we do have cameras up that have been shed into national forest lands, and so at an operational level, they are close partners and frequent users of the technology for predator response.
And I would assume in some states, the deployment of the physical structures would be actually located in national forest. You probably have to get permitted
That's right.
access to it.
Yeah, and like I said, that's part of what Pano does for our customers. We are a all-inclusive turnkey model, and so whether we have private customers or government customers, the goal is to not require any additional operational resources on the customer's end to maintain or utilize the technology. We have experts who handle all the siting, permitting, permissions and leases and all of those things that go into a very complex process, being able to put up and deploy this technology.
Thank you for your presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Questions? Okay. Steve, I'm assuming.
That would be me.
Okay, great. I'll turn it over to you then.
All right, thank you. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. This is a topic that I'm really passionate about, and it's deeply personal. So my name is Steve Vandenberg. I am the Vice President of Weather and Risk Solutions at TechnoSilva. But before we jump into the slide deck, I want to provide a little bit of quick background about myself. So my background is actually in meteorology, not the utility industry. And in October 2007, in San Diego County, I was actually working at the National Weather Service at the time. And there was a historic wind event that hit San Diego County that resulted in numerous catastrophic wildfires, several of which were started by power lines. This was really sort of what I consider the first in modern era of catastrophic power line fires. Not that they're brand new, but there's been a shift since then. And ever since that day, I was part of the folks who were evacuated. I was also in the weather service, so I had visibility of the event coming. I was one of those warning the public that there was going to be high winds and extreme fire danger, and yet these things still happen. I watched homes burn out the window, right? I had to stay with friends and family for a week while firefighters battled wildfire around the community. Following that event, once it was determined that power lines had started several of those fires, San Diego Gas and Electric spun up a program to try and prevent these things. And so after 10 years in the weather service, I decided we're not going to have this happen again. I cannot sit here and warn and then we still have the bad outcome. So I took a leap of faith. I left my career at the weather service to go into the electric utility industry and started my career in wildfire mitigation with electric utilities at San Diego Gas and Electric. And in those early days, there was no blueprint. They were the first. It was very difficult, very difficult. But over the course of 10 years at San Diego Gas and Electric, I was part of that core team that developed the blueprint that essentially is in place today. It involves the situational awareness around weather modeling, situational awareness around weather stations. It involves wildfire modeling, the operational practices, things like changing your operational settings, things like public safety power shutoff, which at the time was not called public safety power shutoff, has a much better name now, easier to remember. But it was quite the journey, and we learned a lot of lessons, and we started sharing those lessons with others as the threat started to expand, okay? And every one of those major events in California that are associated with catastrophic power line fires following the 2007 fires, I worked in an EOC and a utility executing public safety power shutoff using these tools, which I'm about to talk to you about, as well as other tools, including cameras, things of that nature. And didn't have a single wildfire in any of those events. Then in Labor Day 2020, Labor Day weekend 2020, another similarly historic wind event struck the entire West Coast. And there were multiple catastrophic power line fires that broke out across the Pacific Northwest in areas that are temperate rainforests that had essentially no prior significant fire history. 100,000 acre fires, catastrophic impacts to communities. So I packed up, left San Diego, went to the Pacific Northwest, and helped stand up a program up there across 6 states, which was geographically much more diverse than San Diego, climatologically much more diverse, and had a lot of different types of challenges associated with the things you would expect with rural service territories, long lines with few customers across lots of areas of forest land, range land with varying degrees of wildfire risk. And so a lot of lessons learned there as well. And then following the Lahaina fires is when I decided I needed to try and do more. And so there was an opportunity with TecnoSilva, and their mission is my mission, which is to mitigate the impacts of these wildfires, right? So that's when I left the utilities itself and came to TecnoSilva. So let's go to the next slide and we'll get into the presentation. So TecnoSilva has actually been around for 25 plus years. Initially focused mostly with fire agencies, but in the past decade or so, decade plus, also now working with utilities, San Diego Gas and Electric being the first utility that they worked with. And the software is being used to manage over 30,000 incidents a year. I will say this, the solutions, the technology is field tested, it's validated, it's proven. And we've got just in the past, I think, 1.5 to 2 years, over 30 peer-reviewed scientific, peer-reviewed papers in scientific journals, right? We're running over 1 billion simulations daily. So this is something we've been doing and we've been doing for a while. So next slide, please. We're currently in 29 states working with 20 utilities, 13 fire agencies, and 2 Canadian provinces. So we're in all sorts of regions, geographically, politically, climatologically, and so we've got experience running these solutions in all sorts of different climates and terrains and environments, right? So let's go to the next slide. All right, I think I won't spend too much time here because I think you all hopefully understand the challenges that the electric utilities are facing today with wildfire. I want to point something out here. So I mentioned the 2007 fires, and there were, of course, after that, there were other catastrophic power line fires, but they weren't happening with the frequency we're seeing now. Since 2017, we've seen catastrophic power line fires in this country every single year. Since 2017, we haven't gone a year since then without a catastrophic power line fire. And that comes with increasing pressure in terms of utilities trying to obtain insurance and affordable insurance at that. It's impacting credit ratings, it's impacting reliability, it's impacting obviously the customers themselves. And so utilities, the whole industry, right, is being told you must take wildfire seriously, whether you're in Ohio or New Mexico, right, which is a shift. And you know, we expect action, but at the same time, you have to do that while maintaining reliability, keeping costs down, right? Because rate pressure is real, ensuring safety and reliability for the system. So communication with the stakeholders, all of this stuff, it's just it's extremely challenging because wildfire is a difficult problem, but then you lay that on top of the challenges of just running electric utility. And you sort of get a sense of the picture. So next slide. So, okay, let's get into the meat of what we do. So our solutions are sort of built upon these 5 pillars, right? And this is really important. Wildfire science is relatively new. The modeling, continues to get better, but wildfire modeling itself is extremely sensitive to the inputs. You can have a perfect wildfire model, but if you don't get the fuels right on the ground, if you don't get the moisture content of the dead material, of the live material right, if you don't get the weather inputs right, it doesn't matter how good your wildfire model is, your outputs are going to be horrible. If you have the wrong fuel, the fire spread equations, the fire behavior modeling is all going to be wrong. If you have the wrong weather, fire is going to go in the wrong direction, or it's not going to move at all because you're past the moisture of extinction, right? So these inputs are extremely important, okay? The modeling themselves, the weather modeling I mentioned, right? We've been doing the weather modeling for quite a while now and done a lot of work to make sure that the weather that we're producing is specific to generating good wildfire spread simulations. And they include things like dead fuel moistures, live fuel moistures. It includes things like the National Fire Danger Rating Systems, okay? Distilling all this information down is also important because let's face it, the utilities don't have teams of fire behavior experts sitting on staff, right? And so that becomes the other big important challenge is how do you take very complex forecast information on wildfire spread, on weather, and distill it down into something that's actionable and understandable, right? The tools themselves, right? Once you do that, you still need tools that a utility could use that are operationally relevant, that help them make quick, efficient decisions, right? Because if you think about, a system that could have tens of thousands, 40,000, 50,000, line miles that you're trying to operate safely. Well, if the tool isn't going to help you filter out that information quickly, I mean, that's a daunting task. And if you only have 2-3 days to prepare, how are you going to do that? Right. And then the last thing I'll mention is the folks that are behind the scene. I mentioned the mission about preventing or mitigating these wildfires. The team, my coworkers, they're passionate about this stuff. Fire behavior experts, fire modeling experts, numerical weather modeling experts, folks with utility experience like myself, folks who have been directly impacted by wildfires. And then, of course, we have relationships and collaborations with folks in national labs, in other, research institutions, and we're all sharing and collaborating to push the science forward because it's so important. So next slide, please. So this is essentially what we do. This is what it looks like. So we run these weather models every day, high resolution weather models that are tailored toward fire weather, and we feed them into wildfire spread models. And we drop an ignition, a match drop ignition every 100 meters along the utility's assets. And we do this at intervals across the multi-day time horizon and say, okay, at this hour, what are the potential consequences of a fire should a fire start? How big could it get? How aggressive could it spread? How many buildings could it impact? How many people could it impact, right? We map that out, and now you can see across all of your assets where your highest risk is, where your greatest consequences are, I should say, right? And that is the beginning of being able to figure out where you take action, right? Let's talk about the weather for a second. I think we're all used to turning on the news and saying, oh, we're gonna have 50-mile-per-hour winds today. But what does that mean? So what we do is we actually have a paired modeling system solution, and I'll get into that here in a second with the next slide once we get there, of what else we're able to do with it. But we create a 20+ year historical or weather history. We call it a reanalysis. High resolution that essentially matches the same model configuration that we're running operationally to contextualize the forecast. So we can say, hey, 50 miles per hour here in Gallup represents the 99th percentile wind for this area. That's in the top 1% of conditions, and that's associated with a 60% probability that these circuits are going to experience an outage. So you layer that on top of, here's also the potential that if you do have that outage and you do have an ignition, here's how big the fire could get and what the consequences could be. Now you're starting to paint a comprehensive picture. If you think about, I think sometimes it can get confusing when you think about wildfire mitigation and operations. I think the easiest way to think about it is it's almost like a very simple Venn diagram. You have wildfire risk and outage risk. If you have outage risk, that's basically storm response. You have wildfire risk, that could be things like settings changes, no reflows, fast curve settings, things of that nature. Where they intersect, that's things like public safety power shutoff, because now you know you have wildfire risk and you have outage risk in the same area. And that's what these tools allow a utility to see, is the intersection of those two things so they can take action. So they may have their entire territory maybe under red flag warning, but they can distill it down to something that's manageable to minimize the impacts and be surgical with that and targeted with that decision making. All right, next slide, please. So I mentioned the weather history that we create. This is super important because what this allows a utility to do and what it allows us to do for them is then we can do an analysis of the past 20, 30 years, whatever they happen to have as their reanalysis period of record. And then we are able to select a sample of fire season days, and including all of the highest risk fire weather days in their past, and simulate those same fires every 100 meters along their assets to then quantify their risk across their entire system based on where the assets are, probabilities of failure, the potential consequences, right? So now what you have as a utility is you now know across your whole system where you have your highest risk, where it's your lowest risk, you can quantify it, which then eventually allows you to start to quantify the risk spend efficiency. How much risk are we buying down and how much risk are we reducing with the money that we're spending? It allows you to inform your mitigation strategy, prioritize the work, but then on top of it, this has broader implications just beyond grid hardening and becoming more resilient to wildfire, because you have to get the weather right. Now you have an updated climatology of wind, snow, et cetera, all sorts of weather extremes. So in the process of figuring out how you're going to harden your grid to wildfire, you can update your standards on, well, maybe this is an area we should build to 85-mile-per-hour winds, because based on the weather climatology we have here, this is far more windier than we realized, right? And so it actually builds resiliency into the whole system, not just for wildfire, but for all weather extremes. This also can help shape and inform vegetation management, because now, again, if you know where your greatest risks and consequences are, you can start to target those areas for more aggressive vegetation management, get smart about where you're spending that money. Right? Okay, next slide, please. All right, I'm going to do a quick use case. This is from last year, last fall. This is in PG&E's area. This is something they presented publicly, and I think it's a good example of how this stuff gets used. Okay, so I mentioned, we're hearing forecasts of extreme fire danger. There's red flag warnings being issued. PG&E has a team of meteorologists. They have tools, including Technosilva's tools, right? And they're using these tools to identify the potential for a significant event 6, 7, days out. They're communicating with internal stakeholders within the company, in some cases, external public safety partners, letting them know something's coming. We're watching it closely. Could be a big event. Might need to take some action. When they're within about 3, 4 days, at this point, you're getting more confidence in the data. You've got all the high resolution data that we're providing. They're analyzing it, and they're starting to put together a scope for circuits that may be need to be de-energized for public safety. So a public safety power shutdown. So they're starting to put together a customer notification plan. They're putting together their operations plan, right? I think it's important here to say, while that initial scoping showed 35,000 customers in scope for PSPS, about 133 distribution circuits. What you're not seeing here is that there were probably hundreds of thousands of customers under those red flag warnings. There were probably significantly more distribution circuits that were under those warnings, but they already got it down to 133. Fast forward to, as we get to the event, they're continually to refine, to target, to get more surgical. And even though they originally had 35,000 people in scope, ended up only de-energizing 17,000, and only 97 of those 133 circuits. So if you think about the impacts, and I personally have both been in the room making those recommendations, and I've also been in the other end of that where my house lost power in PSPS. So I understand the community impacts, and I also understand the stress of having to make those decisions in real time, and you'll see you never feel them. And so you want to make sure when you're making that decision, it is the right decision, because taking people out of power for a significant amount of time can lead to other issues. And so you want to get it right. And so having data that you trust, high quality, is super important, because if you shut off the wrong people at the wrong time, that can also have huge impacts. It's not just about the prevention of the wildfire itself. You have to be very careful about how you're implementing these types of programs, because they have impacts on the people that rely on power for everyday living, right? Okay, so next slide. One thing that we see a lot of utilities doing after the event is, and this is really helpful both in terms of, because obviously, your PUCs are going to be asking questions. Hey, let us see your decision-making. We want to understand why you took these actions. Customers are unhappy, right? Also, town halls. I've been to a number of very lively and spirited town halls. What PG&E did here is, after the event, they documented the locations of the damage they found when they were patrolling before re-energizing. As you know, if you shut off the power, you've got to go patrol those lines before you can re-energize to make sure they're safe. They found areas of impacts or damage on the system that occurred when the lines were de-energized. So what they did in our software is they went back to the period of the event, simulated the wildfires from the point of damage to show what they potentially prevented. And in this case, for these two locations, over 20,000 acres, almost 1,000 structures, and almost 1,500 residents could have been impacted by wildfire that weren't, because those lines were de-energized when the damage occurred, right? We heard from Pano earlier, real quickly, on the triangulation of fires in real time. What a lot of utilities now are doing, who have the software and who have the cameras, access to the cameras, is they get a report of that fire. It comes in, that alert comes in. And you were talking about transmission lines and Forest Service lines, because this happens all the time. They triangulate it. We've got a lat long. They're doing a match drop simulation in real time for that location. And they see, oh, this fire is headed for that transmission line and will be there in about 4.5 hours. That allows the grid operators to start to plan for the potential loss of that transmission, which, if it's fire season, might be a high load day. Demand's high because it's hot. So they can start to plan for potential loss of that transmission line. If they have enough time and they're already working with the incident commander and they've got a good relationship with the fire agencies. They might be able to get in there with those fire agencies and do pole wraps, apply retardant to structures to minimize the amount of damage that fire causes when it does arrive at the transmission, right? So these are all important uses of this tool. So next slide. I think I'll be wrapping up here very soon. This is my last slide. So I guess just to wrap it up, right? Decision-making around both planning, long-term planning like grid hardening, but also operational decisions requires really strong data and strong modeling framework to get it right. Because these decisions impact the customers and they're also expensive, right? Because you're investing millions of dollars into the grid hardening. You're investing resources into these actions. And so you want to make sure it's based on really good data, right? Obviously, we mentioned how this data can help a utility be much more efficient in how they're going about the grid hardening, where they're making those investments, where are they getting the greatest buy down of the risk. And then the last thing I'll mention is that this goes beyond just wildfire. You start hardening for wildfire, you integrate all this weather data. Now you're actually becoming more resilient to all weather extremes, not just wildfire, because the weather modeling, which feeds into the wildfire modeling, gives us more than just wildfire information. It gives us a whole heap of other information that utilities do actually use to update how they're rebuilding and hardening their system. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. As you can tell, I'm really passionate about it and I love talking about this stuff. So thank you. If there's any questions, if there's time for questions, I'm happy to answer.
You do all the modeling for the wildfire side and the risk. Do you do any modeling for the post-wildfire risk? Because in my part of the state, tremendous flooding has occurred as a result of the impacts of wildfire. And I was wondering, you take it that further step as well, because a lot of the property damage is actually occurring from floods post-fire, not from houses burning during the fire.
Yeah, it's a great question. We do routinely update that vegetation layer. So it does show that you have essentially a denuded landscape. The soil and the vegetation is gone. We currently aren't doing that type of work where we're modeling, say, debris flows, which is a huge problem, right? Because then some of these communities that actually were impacted by the fires, and in some cases lost a lot of structure with fire, then they're losing structures and life to the debris flows the next following season. So yeah, we're not doing flash flood type debris flow modeling at this time. We have a lot of the right ingredients. And so, perhaps in the future, but right now that's not the focus for us.
I think the folks in Rio Dosa would certainly appreciate that extra step if we can ever get to there, because it seems like since the wildfire in Rio Dosa recently, it's been the two subsequent floods that have caused as much, if not more, actual damage to that community and actual loss of life. So, as we work through these things and the fire's out, that may still pose a risk to the community, even though it doesn't have anything to do with the power or some of the risks that we're concerned about in this movie. But it's certainly, for a community perspective, something that's very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Nyberg, for that question. I think that really highlights big issue for regulators is, it's easy to see the risk, be afraid from it, and then like harden everything, but aftermath of fire, that burn scar lasts 20 years or whatever. So if somebody's saying, hey, concrete bowls everywhere, well, maybe not, but definitely here, because not just fire risk, but aftermath of fire risk. So anyway, that was an excellent point. Thanks for bringing that up.
It is interesting because that's a secondary impact that if the fire was utility caused, goes back to the utility. So if you think about rates, if you think about the ability to access capital to pay for these investments, right? So if you have a power line fire that causes significant damage and exceeds your insurance coverage, that's a big deal. And then the very next season, you have a debris flow that then destroys the rest of some portion of community that then still potentially comes back to the utility. And the interesting thing about this is these wildfires is the only natural disaster that can actually be attributed to the power to the utility. Utility is not going to be responsible for a tornado. Utility is not going to be responsible for a snowstorm, right? They're getting it. But when it comes to wildfire, if something happens and there's a spark thrown, and even if it was being driven by extreme fire weather conditions that are completely out of control of the utility, the event itself, the responsibility or typically comes back to this power, right? So it's the only one, it's the only natural disaster that we can potentially prevent. And if you prevent the fire, you prevent the mud and debris flows the next season. At least from a power line perspective, right? There's other causes, lightning, right? But
Thank you for the presentation. But I think hearing about different technology types and services that could help, and just, thinking innovatively is helpful. And I try to balance that, this type of presentation, because I don't want to the commission to look like we're promoting some type of a specific product or service, or send the wrong message to the utilities, like this is what you should invest in. That's not at all what this is. I think it's important for us and our staff and everybody to be aware that there are technologies and products that could help, and they might show up in a rate case or some other application at some point, and so we want to be prepared for that. And so just wanted to kind of explain that balance there to you all very quickly. So we have another presentation, and we're a little bit behind schedule, but I think we could make that up during our what was scheduled for a 20-minute break. So next we have Melissa Semser, and I hope I'm saying your last name correctly.
You are.
Climate, Wildfire, and Energy Strategies. And so, Melissa, I'm gonna turn it over to you now.
Great, wonderful. Can you all hear me and see me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you, and I think maybe our IT department can come and put up the volume in the room, but I think we could hear you well enough for now, and you could go ahead and get started.
Okay, well, I will try to talk loud if that helps, but good morning. I'm sorry that I couldn't be here with you all in person, but I'm glad to be able to talk to you today, because I empathize with where you all are and have spent my own version of time in your shoes. So just a little bit, kind of like Steve did, just a little bit of background on me and how I fit into all of this. I was appointed by Governor Newsom as the first deputy director of California's Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety, which was a separate office or agency created to specifically evaluate wildfire mitigation plans from the risk perspective. So I've been deeply in the trenches since the very beginning of California's work in this, really in its sort of next iteration of wildfire mitigation plans, in trying to create a regulatory structure and trying to understand the purpose of a wildfire mitigation plan and how to evaluate that. So before that, I was an administrative law judge with the California Public Utilities Commission, and I helped create, or I was behind creating all of the requirements, all the notification requirements and community resourcing and everything that's associated with the public safety power shutoffs in California. which has been, replicated and duplicated in other states. So I've been steeped in this for a very long time. Since leaving and creating CWE strategies, now we've had the opportunity to work with several other states and helping them do their wildfire mitigation plan evaluations and also to help develop their regulatory structures. We've also had the opportunity to work with utilities as well. And so I share that because I've gotten this unique perspective of kind of soup to nuts from both sides of the equation of trying to solve this problem. And if I can say anything and any takeaway from this is that this is a wicked problem, for lack of a better word for it. It's very complex. And it really requires an us versus the problem mentality in a way that I think we've never faced before, where we each have our roles to play, but fundamentally regulators and utilities win and ratepayers win, and when we come together and try to solve this problem collaboratively. So with that, Steve covered and introduced some of the things I'm planning on talking about today, but my goal today is to kind of bring it back and go to basics on risk modeling and try to give you all some of the lessons learned that I've experienced along the way and things to think about. So if we could go to the next slide, please. And actually, we can just move beyond this. So what I want to start with you all is just really thinking about rooting yourself in some of the key questions. These aren't all the questions, but these are some of the key questions to grapple with. So, fundamentally, as Steve talked about, we really need to understand how significant is the risk from the utilities in our jurisdiction. How does it vary across their service territory, but how significant is it? And then another question we have to ask ourselves is, and Steve alluded to this, but how much risk should utilities remove from their system and how quickly? And Steve talked about this, but from a liability perspective, the utilities have a desire and a need to reduce risk as quickly as possible and to fundamentally go to zero. I mean, nobody can go to zero, but that's the goal, right? But as a society and as public utility commissions, we have to grapple with the question of how much do we want them to reduce their risk? Another thing to keep thinking about this is risk modeling it's a complex process and it takes time and we have to act now. So how do we make and validate the decisions that the utilities are doing when we all have imperfect information? Steve talked about this as well, but do we want to reduce wildfire risk only, or are we also considering reliability risk? And are we modeling for that? And are we hardening for that? And I'll talk more about that later. As a state, and this is more maybe of a legislative question, but how do we consider and address the non-investor-owned utilities? Because depending on the different states, that's a large portion of the service territory, and they are not necessarily getting the same scrutiny and the same resources to address their risk. And then fundamentally, as a state, are we prepared for non-utility related wildfires? The wildfires are, and actually, if we go to the next slide, this will segue into this, is while utility related wildfires are significant, and they are generally about, at least in California, 10% of the wildfires are caused by utility related equipment, but they have a catastrophic impact, mainly because they occur during high wind days, but they're not all of them. And so how do we piece together and think about reducing utility wildfire risk while also thinking about land management and building codes and home hardening and things like that? So again, what the takeaway I want you to take from this is produced by CAL FIRE. They update this regularly. They have it in multiple different slices. This is the top 20 most destructive California wildfires. And I would love for every state to have these statistics because I think this is so valuable. But highlighting here how many of the top 20 are related to utility equipment. And obviously the Eaton fire is still under investigation, but another just I think takeaway from this, and I've watched this change over the years, is when we look at the years of all these fires, we have October 99 there down on the bottom, but you know, that's in 91 up there, but they're dropping out, right? It's just becoming more and more common that the top 20 most destructive fires are recent, and that's because our conditions are changing. Next slide, please. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it down to basics and kind of underscore a lot of the things that Steve said. So next slide, please. We'll go into kind of fundamentals of risk modeling. What are we trying to do here? So, you know, fundamentally, wildfire risk is the probability of the utilities assets causing an ignition times the consequence of that ignition. Next slide, please. I'm sorry. Well, actually, so before we move on, the takeaway I'd love for you to have from this is that fundamentally the utilities have very little control over consequence. Once it leaves their right of way, they have no control over the land management that's happened. They have no control over the fact that homes were built in the wildfire urban interface. They have no control over whether a community was built to withstand risk. So they're really focusing on reducing the probability of their equipment causing an ignition. Okay, now we can move on to the next slide. So digging into this a little bit further, fundamentally with, you know, from the probability perspective, what the utilities are having to do is calculate what is the probability of an outage or asset. So what's the probability of having a failure? And then some subset of that is going to result in ignition. And so the calculation of that is how you derive ignition probability. And then, and actually, if you can just click forward, there's some text that comes under here. Probably should not have probably should not have done animations here, but to get to the consequence, you're trying to understand what's the burn probability essentially. So what's the probability the ignition spreads into that dangerous wildfire? And then how intensely is it going to burn? And what communities and infrastructure are exposed to the hazard? So that's what Steve was talking about. And that gives you the consequence. Okay, so let's move to the next slide, please. So giving examples, the first step that utilities have to take here is understanding sort of what I call the fundamental risk, or the kind of umbrella risk, the underlying risk that's on their system. So the first thing they're going to do is try to create these wildfire risk maps, these hazard maps. And this is from Maui. This is from HECO's recent Hawaiian Electric's recent wildfire mitigation plan filing. There's a lot of factors that go into this, and Steve alluded to this as well, but this is sort of the starting place, is where on my system do I face risk? Where do I need to be focusing my efforts? These usually end up, they've, you know, kind of almost universally now ended up in tiers, where there's usually a tier 2 and a tier 3, or a medium risk and a high risk. What I will say about this, there's two things I'd like you to take away from this is one, in an ideal world, these maps would be created at a state level and would be used universally across the state. And the reason being because then we're all kind of working with the same information, the same assumptions. That's what we've done in California. It's not without its own problems. It's a fraught process to do. It takes a long time, and it's hard to update. So there's some drawbacks to it. But otherwise, what you have is each utility creating their own hazard maps. And what we've found is you can have utilities with service territories butting up against each other, where they might have fundamentally different understandings of the risk because of the inputs and the assumptions that they've made. And so that can be challenging. Another takeaway from this is that I think is really important is that this is sort of the risk regardless, or the hazard regardless of the utility equipment. So we've seen examples of utilities where they create their wildfire risk maps, and then if they mitigate and they underground a line, they remove that area and say it's no longer high risk. And that's not true, because fundamentally the area, the conditions are still there. They've just mitigated it. So these should be, I don't want to say static because they're ever evolving, but these should be kind of the underlying framework that stays in place. Because even if the line is undergrounded, you still wouldn't want to do work there. You still wouldn't want to weld there on a high fire risk day, right? So it's just that underlying threshold of risk. Next slide. I'm sorry, I should not have done animations. You can keep going forward. From the probability perspective of what's going to cause an ignition. Fundamentally here, the utilities need to understand what their risk drivers are. So what is causing their equipment to spark? What is causing that? So again, this is from Hawaiian Electric, and this is just an example of what they need to do is to understand what's happening on their system and what is it that they need to be looking at. What I'll say here is this is very high level. You really want as a utility to be going to a much deeper level. So you don't want to just be tracking equipment failure. You want to be tracking whether it was arresters, whether it was fuses. You really want to understand at as granular a level as possible, you know, what actually is causing where's the failure? You know, is it when it's vegetation? Is it tree blow-in? Is it or tree fall-in? Is it branch blow-in? Like what is actually happening here on the grid? But this is what is basically going to inform their understanding of what is causing their outages, which could potentially lead to ignitions. Next slide, please. Okay, so I want to go back to the consequence side of it a bit. And Steve again talked about this, but the potential consequences are multifaceted, right? And how you think about that, again, to that point of what your inputs are, really matters here. These are some of the things that are considered in understanding consequence. I will say fatalities generally are not included at this point because it's really, really hard to put a value on a life. So often it's about structure loss and acres burned. A key takeaway here too, in thinking about consequence, is it can't all be quantified. So some of this has to be assessed qualitatively, which means it has to be layered in over whatever the outputs of a risk model are. Another thing I'll just point out to keep in mind and think about when utilities are creating these models is that, especially from a structure loss, there needs to be some sort of assumption about the value of the structure. But generally speaking, it should be a universal number, because if you get to actuals, what you will have is a model that, or an output that biases an understanding of risk in more affluent communities, because those would cost more to rebuild. So generally what we see is $1 million per structure or something like that, whatever it ends up being, that is applied across all structures, as opposed to, again, variance depending on the location. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm not going to go a whole lot into this because this is what Steve covered, but again, with the consequence, you're trying to understand fundamentally, if an ignition happens in this location under these conditions, what is the consequence going to be? Again, one thing I do want to just call out and is that these are ever evolving, and the data sets that go in are fundamentally the most important piece of this. Historically, the consequence, the spread modeling has not taken into account structure to structure. So it has not taken into account the home is fuel, right? And as we've seen from Lahaina, as we've seen from Los Angeles, as we saw in the Marshall Fire, homes are fuel in and of themselves. So these models, one of the the potential drawbacks of them right now, or limitations, although they are working on this, is that they may be underestimating the consequence of urban fires versus more rural fires. Not to, I know Technosilva's on here, but one thing I will just say that is a challenge with some of these models is that they are proprietary. And so as regulators, it's important that we work with the utilities and also with their vendors to make sure that there's access to the underlying assumptions and data that are being used here. So that it's not, it's not sort of a black box as far as this is what the wildfire spread modeling is, and we just sort of accept it at face value. Next slide, please. And if you could just click through, again, I had animation on this. Thank you. This is an important element as well. Steve talked about using historical data sets for weather, and that's very important. But as we're seeing with more and more destructive fires, we have changing conditions. And so it's hard to model this, and certainly not every jurisdiction is at this point, but it's important to start to think about what are the future conditions. Because if we rely completely on historical data, we may be understating the risk and therefore not mitigating at the level that we need to do. So these are just a couple of examples. Again, this is kind of the frontier of this as far as risk modeling is concerned. With Portland General on the left here, they add a climate change modifier that they apply universally across their territory. On the right here, we have from Southern California Edison, and this is using some from Techno Silva here, but they have a more granular ability to model the potential impacts of changing conditions here in the future. And again, that can be a regulatory decision. In California, that was something that we called out pretty early on, that the models needed to be considering future conditions. Next slide, please. So I talked about this a little bit before, but building a model is one step of this, but you can't quantify everything. And so fundamentally models, they really do rely a lot on quantitative information. So a model may give an output, but there's also an element of needing to rely on subject matter judgment, both in making the decisions, but also in understanding the risk. So I gave a couple of examples here, a few examples, but I'll talk about ingress egress as an example. A lot of models, there's not really a good way at a granular level to understand ingress egress risk. So a proxy that's often used is the number of the percentage of the population that's elderly, because as we've seen, those tend to be the people who struggle the most to get out during a wildfire. But that tends to be applied more universally across the service territory in the risk model, but it doesn't have that level of granularity. And it doesn't really take into, road X here has a fence at the end of it, like we saw in Lahaina, or a gate or something like that. So once you have your risk model outputs, you also have to overlay this subject matter expertise in order to really understand the risk in that particular location. Next slide. So Steve talked about this as well, and is the reliability. The fastest thing the utilities can do and should do is to implement PSPS and also potentially fast trip settings or sensitivity settings, where their equipment is more sensitive to trip when there's something that comes into contact with it. But it's not without its own costs, as Steve alluded to. So I won't spend much more time on this, but this is something, again, do we take this into account? This is a regulatory decision. Next slide. I do want to back up just for a moment and give a little context. So everything we've been talking about here in terms of the fundamentals of a risk model is the planning model, which is on the right. This is all the information you need, all the inputs you need in order to come up with your mitigation strategy. Steve talked about this as well, but there's also the operational models, which is, the fire potential index, and in using that kind of real time, or 7 days or less short-term information that can be based on fuel moisture, weather conditions, humidity, temperature, all of those things, to make operational decisions. Another thing here that is, I think, important to think about is operational models, if they're really sophisticated, should also take into account the health of the asset. So is there a tag open that hasn't been repaired yet? Is there vegetation management work that's scheduled to happen that didn't happen? These are things that ideally should factor into a PSPS decision in a sort of more mature and robust operational model. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you can just click on this one for the animation as well. What I want to do is step back here for a moment. And again, this is just a real struggle that everyone has to go through, regulators and utilities. it takes time to build these models. And it takes time and energy and money to get to a granular level of understanding the risk on the system. So you have from your left to right, starting with looking at our outage data, looking at our previous ignitions, if we have that information, trying to glean and understand the risk on our system. And then you move all the way along to the right, where you have machine learning prediction models, very sophisticated models. Most utilities have to start making decisions, and most regulators have to start evaluating those decisions when they are on the left side of this. The other area, concern is that, again, it takes a lot of information and data that the utilities may not have to get to a very specific understanding of risk in a specific location. Where they generally need to start is service territory, or where they usually end up is at the circuit level. And then they start working to get more and more granular. But fundamentally, circuits can be large. And so when you are only modeling at that level, you may be overstating risk on the entire circuit. And this is where subject matter judgment has to come in. But because of this, we have to start, we have to evaluate these decisions and determine whether to approve these sorts of investments with imperfect information. And it usually, it takes a long time, takes about several years to get to that sophisticated level of modeling. The other question is how sophisticated should it get, and how granular should it get? That you can go very, very deep into this and very far, but it comes back to that question of how much risk are we asking the utilities to take off of their system, and how perfect do we need it to be? From a perspective of trying to avoid an ignition, the more granular, the more detailed, the more correct, the better. But it's a balance, right? And this is the kind of thing we have to grapple with and think about along the way here is how far do the utilities need to go into their level of sophistication? Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Okay, so I want to give you just an example. This is from PG&E. This is from their recent Pacific Gas and Electric, from their recent wildfire mitigation plan, about how this all rolls up and how it comes together. So again, in California, we require the utilities to assess wildfire risk and reliability risk, or outage program risk. So a circuit or a circuit segment can have a high wildfire risk, or it can also have a high outage program risk. And there may be reasons to mitigate, even if there's just the high outage risk as a result of doing PSPS. So this is an example of an output that these models and this decision making can show. So these are the top 5 circuit segments in PG&E's area based on overall utility risk. It's got the length, overall risk broken down by wildfire and outage program risk, the percentage of overall utility risk, and then that associated risk driver. What's causing that? What is driving that risk? That's where you want to get to. That's what the utility wants to get to, and that's what on the regulatory side you want to understand. Okay, next slide, please. So I'm going to move now a little bit. It's a little bit beyond the risk modeling, but how do you use the risk modeling to choose mitigations? How do you fundamentally get there? And what do you need to think about? Next slide, please. So this is sort of the next level of it, which is an output again from PG&E. I'm just going to keep using PG&E as an example here, an output from their wildfire mitigation plan, where again, we have the same top 5 circuits there. We have the beginning overall utility risk. We have by year what they're going to do on that to mitigate that risk. And then we can see the trajectory of how the risk goes down. And that's what we want to be able to understand and see, again, from the utility perspective and from the regulator perspective. What is our estimation and understanding of how this is going to reduce the risk on the system, and can we track that? Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm not gonna go into this in great detail. Again, this is PG&E and there's 2 slides of this. But I just wanted to show you as well that if you look at the top left-hand corner, that's the wildfire distribution risk model from PG&E. That is the starting place of making a decision on what your mitigations are going to be. There's a whole lot of other things that go into this that need to be considered, the subject matter judgment, just there's all sorts of factors and there's a lot of them in here. This is really critical, I think, for both the utility to be able to clearly understand their decision-making framework and also for the regulator to be able to see that. So these are things that, again, in California, we ask for in the wildfire mitigation plans is show us your decision tree so that we can follow what it is that you do in order to get to your mitigations. How do you take the risk model outputs and what do you layer in to get to your ultimate decision on what you're going to do? So the next slide just continues this, and you can look at this on your own time. Okay, let's move on from there. So backing up then, we have to start to think about, again, what is the value, that kind of cost benefit? What are we getting out of this? How do we make the decision on what do we do? And it's based on risk and it's based on cost. There's a couple of different methodologies, and I'm going to go through these pretty quickly, but a couple of different methodologies that that can be employed. One is risk spend efficiency, and the other is cost benefit analysis. At this point, there are very few states, California is, I think, the only one that I'm aware of that has a process in place for determining how this works. And that's the RAMP process, the risk assessment mapping process in California. And they have moved from risk spend efficiency to cost benefit analysis. Oregon is working on creating a more universal framework for risk spend efficiency. But otherwise, at this point, it is at the utility level to develop these calculations. And so that's something, again, that has to be evaluated by the commission is what are the assumptions that are going into this to understand the benefit versus the cost. Next slide, please. And you can just scroll through here to get all of them up. One more. Thank you. When thinking about developing risk spend efficiency methodologies, and I'm saying risk spend efficiency because that tends to be the trajectory that most states are going. At a most basic level, you want to understand the cost, the risk versus the risk benefit essentially from undergrounding and covered conductor, because those are your highest investments. You want to start there. Ideally, you get all of this. One element I just want to call your attention to, and this goes back to that fundamental question of, do we consider reliability risk? If the outages from PSPS are not considered a risk, then the risk spend efficiency for PSPS or for enhanced fast trip, or it's, there's different names for it, but essentially sensitivity settings, comes out very high, because you're reducing all the risk and the cost of it is very low. If you start to factor in the cost of the reliability, it changes. So again, this is something we saw in California where, if you follow that model, shutting off your system is the way to go. It's what's the best thing to do. And so we wanted to take into account that there is a risk associated with shutting off the power, and we wanted the utilities to consider that as well. Next slide, please. Steve talked about this as well, about the co-benefits of wildfire risk mitigation. When we harden the grid, we make it more resilient. And we don't just make it more resilient to reduce the risk of an ignition from a wildfire. It has other benefits. It may be more resilient to a winter storm. It may be more resilient to, it may provide more reliability benefits in general. And so one of the challenges we've seen is of course this concern, which is valid, about the costs associated with wildfire mitigation. But what we haven't seen developed very robustly yet is the understanding of how this reduces costs from other potential disasters, like winter storms, as an example. And so when you start to think about the co-benefits of this, it's possible that the value, the risk reduction versus the value may be actually a better investment. But what we've seen is that wildfire mitigation strategies are sort of made in a vacuum over in one area, and then other work that the utilities are doing is made in, an integrated resource planning or something else sort of framework. Ideally, where we want to all head, and this is going to take time, is to really understand fundamentally all of the benefits associated with these investments so that we can judge the value of them from the cost perspective. Next slide, please. And I'm actually going to just skip through these in service of time, but these are other considerations, so we can just skip through this, the discounting and project lifetime. Will call out in terms of risk spend efficiency, utilities are often adding in this sort of risk aversion factor, which is that there's the consequence, the wildfire consequence, but there are some consequences that we're more averse to having happen than others. This can be valuable in terms of making mitigation decisions, but it is fundamentally subjective. And so when this happens, we have to dig into understanding what is really being considered here and whether that makes sense. Next slide, please. Okay, so I want to just kind of end here with some of the challenges and lessons learned from other jurisdictions, both California and other jurisdictions that I've been working with, that we've been working with. Next slide, please. So I talked about some of these, but I'll bottom line it again. Building the models is time. It's time intensive. It's complex. They initially lack the granularity and sophistication, and they often yield either system-wide or circuit-level outputs. As models mature, we often see wide swings in terms of the circuits that are designated as high risk, or the circuit segments that are designated as high risk. And that can be really challenging because you can have utilities making investment decisions like undergrounding or covered conductor that when you get a more sophisticated model, maybe that area doesn't need to be hardened to that degree. And so you have a risk of stranded investments. And so, but at the same time, you have this need to move quickly. And again, from the utility perspective, they have at this point uncapped liability. They have an incentive that is understandable to move as quickly as possible and to reduce as much risk off their system as possible. And so it comes back to that decision of how fast do we move? And what is our tolerance in the meantime for the potential reliability impacts that we may face if we focus more on the operational mitigations while we build the understanding of our risk and perhaps slow down the investments in those hardening measures. I'm not advocating that that's the way to go, but it's just that balance that has to be struck here to weigh going fast and aggressively right now versus potentially slowing it a little bit. But then the backside of that or the flip side of that is you're going to face these reliability concerns by using these operational mitigations that are sort of the interim step to getting to a more hardened grid. Next slide, please. I talked about this already, but again, we have long circuits. This is from PG&E, a 200-mile circuit. I believe there's one in Hawaiian Electrics that's 130 miles. You can't have a risk model output and really make good decisions based off of an output that says that the circuit is high risk when it's 200 miles. So you have to try to get as quickly as possible to a more granular level. The interim step of that is subject matter expertise weighing in on the output of that circuit. Next slide, please. Missing data. This is huge. I cannot emphasize how important this is and how difficult this is to move beyond. Most utilities have not tracked ignitions from their equipment, so they don't have ignition history data. If they have tracked them, they don't really have root cause analyses as to what caused those. So absent ignition data, you have to rely on outage data or fault data. And utilities generally do track their outage data, but how they have tracked it may not be at the level that is needed to really understand how to extrapolate out from outages to ignitions. So you have very imperfect data. We've often seen too that you have a lack of a consolidated understanding of the assets, what the utilities have, when they were built, what the history of work that has happened on them. It can be in multiple systems. You can have duplication of information, and you're pulling all of this into a risk model. And it can be, you can have conflicting information and imperfect information, or as we've seen, just flat out lack of information, that you just don't even know everything that's on your system, because a lot of these utilities have acquired, you know, their assets over time by taking over smaller utilities. So it's very, very, very complicated to just even understand what is on your system and to make sure that the data is all speaking to each other and the systems are speaking to each other. Weather data can be missing. We don't have granular historical data. And so we have to sort of fill in the gaps for that. And then, of course, fuel moisture content can be unknown. Next slide, please. Lack of consistency across models is also an issue. Each utility makes its own model, and we have no definitive source at this point for calibration of the models. It makes it very difficult to understand the relative risk between utilities. There's also, as I talked about, sort of a lack of transparency on some of the elements of these models. We don't have a public model in place. I think that would be the ideal outcome, is to have that public model. But in the meantime, we have to dig into what the utilities are doing. They are leading the way in this, but there are differences across utilities. And I talked about this already, that outside of California, there's no consistent methodology for calculating risk spend efficiency. Next slide. Okay, so I'll leave you with this. And these are some other questions for you to consider that we've seen come up in other jurisdictions. So there can be concern over who pays for mitigations. And I'll give an example. In Nevada, the majority of the population is in Las Vegas, and the majority of the risk is in the Reno area, the Reno Tahoe area. And so there's concern about ratepayers from the Vegas area paying for mitigations that don't benefit them. Generally, this is common. Generally, we've seen that everybody absorbs the cost, but it is an issue that comes up. Another thing to think about is, what is the goal of the wildfire mitigation plan from the regulatory perspective, and what does approval mean? What are we, as when you're a regulator, what does that give the utility, and what does that give the regulator? Especially when we think about liability, and especially when we think about compliance. How do you balance these investments against the other priorities that the utilities are facing and that regulators are facing? We talked about reliability and co-benefits. How do you consider those? Again, I can't emphasize enough, how quickly should we go and how far? And then what is that correct balancing of operational versus hardening measures? And what is the correct timing? And what do we do in the interim? If we have segments that need to be undergrounded, that takes time. What do we do in the interim? And is the interim measure, does the cost of the interim measure negate the value of the long-term measure? So I covered a lot. I wanted to just kind of move through a lot of different thoughts and pass this along, but I'm happy to take any questions. And again, thank you for having me today.
Thank you for the presentation, Melissa. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Melissa? It looks like we don't have any questions in the room. Appreciate the insights that you have provided, and also that the slides, I think, do a good job of explaining the points. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, so next on the agenda, we have a break. And I think we're a little bit behind schedule, but if maybe a 15-minute break would work, I think then we could come back at 11:45. And we'll keep going after that. We'll have the joint presentation by the utilities and then some time to have a discussion. Make time for public comment, that sort of thing. See you back at 11:45.
Wonder if I can have a quick sound check.
I can hear you fine.
Thank you for the confirmation.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We'll go ahead and get started. I'm gonna turn it over to the utilities and we can move on with their presentation.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name is Jeremiah Cunningham. I'm a manager and regulatory for Southwestern Public Service Company, and I will be doing some introductory remarks and laying out the format of our presentation before have the other groups come up and have the subject matter experts speak on the particular topics. Go to the next slide. So what we have here today, and I won't go through the introduction of all of these experts, but we have experts across various topics that for this presentation, dealing with wildfire risk assessment with our insurance areas and with emergency response coordination. So we provided their names here so that you have that reference and you can follow it through as you go through the slide deck. But it is a lot of topics from a lot of different utilities. So a lot of different folks to talk to you. We really appreciate the opportunity to coordinate with staff and across the utilities. It was a great conversation as we were putting this presentation together. A chance to learn from one another and to involve staff in that conversation. So we hope we eliminate some of the duplicity by all being here to present to you at the same time in one presentation. And we definitely appreciate the learning opportunity. And go to the third slide. So the way that we've structured this presentation today is on the three different topics: on wildfire risk assessment, on insurance considerations, and then on emergency response coordination. And the way we're going to approach this is we have either on the Zoom call or in person, we have experts from all three utilities here to speak on each one of the topics. And so one of the experts will provide you with core information that's kind of across all of the utilities that we put together as we coordinated this presentation. So EPE will have a expert speaking on the core information on risk assessment. P&M will have a expert speaking on the core information on insurance. And then SPS will have the expert giving the core information on response coordination. And then each individual utility will speak on unique characteristics and aspects for that particular utility. So we've tried to cover those commonalities in that core information slide and then get into specifics that vary across the utilities. We're happy to take questions throughout the presentation, and then we've tried to build in time at the end of each one of the sections and at the end of the presentation questions. So you go to the next slide, please. So this time I'll turn it over to the panel on wildfire risk assessment. Let them come to the table and give this portion of the presentation.
Good morning, I'm Nydia Torres. I'm the risk manager for Russell Electric. And I will be talking about wildfire risk assessment as all three of the utilities have agreed that we are following these traditional and where it's trending. So traditionally with risk assessments, and I know we talked about that all morning, we have looked at the systems, right? And the infrastructure specifically around fire risk modeling, vulnerable charts into the map of both in different tiers. So you have your extreme high risk, medium, and then medium low. Looking at climate inputs and meteorology, topographies, and specifically around community communications, and exploring that we're properly communicating to the community about what we're doing and risk mitigation efforts. I don't want to take the thunder from that because that's one of the last sections, but the trends that we are trying to follow and emerging risk is really looking at advanced technology, which we spoke about all morning. And we did, I think all utilities could agree that we are looking at advanced meteorology, looking at the science of behind fires, how they spread. We talked a lot about weather. I think that was important to understand. Really looking, are we putting our weather stations in the right place? Are we using AI properly? And where should we spend our money? And really just
public awareness around that? Are we properly preparing the public for that, specifically around public safety shut off, right? I mean, I know we need support from the community, so how are we doing that properly? And communicating our trends and technology as we continue to harden our system. That's it, I guess the next SPS to speak to those specific. Oh,
I think I'm up, Nadia. Can I just do a quick sound check with the commissioners and the chairman?
We can, it's a little low, but it sounds like we're having trouble increasing the volume here.
Okay.
So
I will
you can go ahead.
Very good. I will do my best to speak loudly. And my apologies for not being there in person. I had a number of conflicting activities with our executives here today, so I'm jumping around, but glad to be back. My name is Paul McGregor. I'm the Vice President of Wildfire Risk Management for Xcel Energy. We met last time again virtually. I've been working with Xcel since 2024. And I've been involved in risk management in California since 2017. So seeing some of the other presenters this morning and a lot of familiar names and faces as we went through that journey. So what I'm going to present today, last time we were here, we laid out the basis of our wildfire mitigation plan and talked mostly about our operational mitigations, namely our EPSS and PSPS programs. That was the focus of that. Today, the focus of our presentation will be the approach and what we're doing. And I'd like to take you through a quick kind of framework of what our risk model looks like, which is actually very similar to what you had presented earlier from our colleagues at TechnoSilva and from Melissa. So just some of the approaches that we've taken at Xcel and SPS in particular is it really starts with the risk tier maps and understanding that topography, understanding where the risk resides in our service territory. So for us, that's the eastern part of New Mexico. And then what we do is we have a look at our historical outage and ignition information and build our initial analysis from that. Coupled with our TechnoSilva solutions, we look at fire behavior and then develop risk scores for each of our circuits. That allows us to begin the mitigation planning process, which the models will inform, but it takes a lot more than just the models. There's a lot of subject matter expertise as we look at specific pockets within that circuit and particular locational specifics for projects. We also couple that with our situational awareness that we're using through our weather station deployment and soon to be planned deployment of cameras, coupled with all of our meteorology and fire science, gives us that operational and outlook for planning view. Specific recommendations that you will see in our wildfire mitigation plan and any subsequent general rate case filings would be weather stations, the number that we would deploy to get better granularity along our circuits. The deployment of AI cameras for early detection, but also for use in understanding the fuels in that area. And these also inform the where we would perform system resilience or system hardening type activities, including undergrounding, covered conductor, or system rebuilds. It also, again, we take information from our asset inspection and repair programs. And again, that helps us prioritize these repairs, as well as our vegetation programs, more so in some of the northern parts of our enterprise service territory, but also in the New Mexico area. Again, this informs our grid operations, where we can manipulate the protection settings of our system to enable functions such as EPSS, which is Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings, and in that last resort, a public safety power shutoff. All of this comes together. We need to communicate with our partners and teamwork with the various fire agencies and the partnerships we have with the local communities and Office of Emergency Management. If I can jump to the next page, this will give you an overview of what our model looks like. And this model is in production. We completed it in January of this year. The framework is very similar to what Melissa presented earlier on, where we start with the risk drivers. And that is what basically are the causes of particular outage and then ignition events. In simple terms, they're broken down to vegetation contact events, environmental contact events, and then failures of pieces of equipment, etc. This gives us a good view of what the probability of that outage would be at a circuit level. And from that, we can infer the probability of an ignition given that outage and environmental considerations. We then marry that up to our Technosilva tools, which gives us the consequence of a wildfire. And we can look at that as acres burned, structures impact, or population impacted as well. Putting these two probability and consequence scores together give us a risk score for a particular asset. In this case, this first level for us is at circuit level. And that can then be used to inform our mitigation selection. And that feedback loop that you see there is when we look at a particular mitigation, perhaps it's covered conductor or undergrounding, we can tally that back to the particular risk drivers at an event and choose the right mitigation to drive down the risk in that particular area, and also to improve that customer experience by limiting any reliability impacts. So again, we've built this model. It scores approximately 735 circuits in the entire Southwestern Public Service territory of both New Mexico and Texas. So that's about 14,000 miles of distribution. When we look at New Mexico itself, it's about 2,200 miles or 130 circuits. And we can then use this risk model to prioritize our circuits by risk score and understanding where that risk resides within our service territory and then what we can do about it. So I know I'm limited for time. Happy to take questions either here or at the end, but I can hand over to any questions or I can hand over to the next utility presenter.
I do have one question. When you're describing the risk model framework, just a clarification, are you describing how you are prioritizing investments, or are you describing how you are considering a PSPS, for example, so more about specific events?
That's a great question. This risk model is used for investment planning purposes. So this is a longer term outlook. We would be looking at where we would be deploying mitigation activities. However, as part of our suite of Technosilva, we do use Technosilva and other meteorological and climatological inputs to inform how we operate our system on a day-to-day basis for EPSS, and then in the event, PSPS. So they are all coming together in a similar usage, but this in particular would be for mitigation planning or investment planning.
Thank you.
Next slide. So we spent the last year at El Paso really assessing wildfire risk. We've always talked about, that we're more in the desert and it's lower risk, but there are some high risk areas. We were just never able to really paint it independently. So we did hire a third party assessor to really come in and look at every line structure. We're not looking at it, but run our model with every line structure and where it was located. And they independently evaluated our risk, which really helped us in the space of understanding, did we put our money in the right place? And also to truly understand the population that comes along with the liability there, which we'll speak more to in the insurance perspective from that. So we did do that this last year. Also, part of the risk assessment that we did was to include an assessment of have we done enough, where kind of do we land in best practices for mitigation efforts. And that was a pretty good report. I would say that it did show that we are doing enough and we are in best practices and hardening our system and in the right places, right? Are we putting our holes in the right places? Still to wood. And then we also did it in conjunction with our convective storm and wind analysis to really understand where high wind is relative to the high risk areas of wildfires. So collectively, we just tried to look at the risk profile of where we have our infrastructure and are we doing enough? And also looking to advanced, more sophisticated modeling just to see, where we should put our investments in going forward. So it's kind of a starting point for us to really assess where we should spend our money.
Okay, next slide, please. Good morning, or good afternoon, Commissioners. Wes Gray, Vice President of Engineering and Operations for PNN. Similar to the others utilities, symbol fire tier risk maps of higher and medium risk areas. Generally, our tiers are divided by those areas are a little more rural, which we have a higher fire risk, versus medium tiers, where we're a little more urban, where we don't expect big fire spread. We go through and we've done those analysis. We use similar kind of software to a lot of them that we model that fire spread, we model that fire risk, look at the areas, and we use that in our decision space as we're making decisions for system hardening, for vegetation management, and the same thing for public safety fire shut. So when we install, put in the enhanced protective settings, the same thing. We're looking at those areas of higher risk out there for fire risk. We use those, a different set of software to do planning for long-term investment and mitigation strategies in areas. We use multiple pieces of software, and we're looking at adding potentially a couple more pieces just so that we can have checks and balances. So that when we run the models, we're not just relying on one. We want to rely on a couple different models to verify that, hey, the logic is sound when we're doing decision making. Situational awareness, again, different software, but we're constantly monitoring fire, wind, weather daily. And then we rerun our risk models every 6 hours. So we know based on changing conditions, what our operational conditions are on the system. From a vegetation management, we're using a satellite-based AI software to help us prioritize and focus our vegetation management, because that seems to be one of the biggest areas of risk out there. We use that to strategize and deploy our crews and prioritize the area and have the higher risk where we're getting that encroachment of vegetation into the power line. Commissioner Nybert asked a question earlier about, are we having success with public agencies in getting into areas, especially the National Forest Service, and accessing our transmission distribution lines for clearing? On the trout fire down in Silver City recently, I was talking to Camille Howes, the forest supervisor of the Gila National Forest. We were having a robust conversation about that kind of access. We talked last time that we worked with the Gila to do an enhanced widening project. When we opened right-of-ways up, we cleared those hazard trees outside the right-of-way, and the Forest Service was supportive of that. Well, she met with the other forest supervisors in New Mexico. So Cibola, Carson, Santa Fe, Lincoln National Forest, and all of the forest supervisors are in agreement that that is a strategy that is worth pursuing. So they have agreed internally that they're going to work with the utilities to try to provide better access and work on those right-of-way permits to allow that enhanced widening. And again, it's twofold. It's for wildfire protection as well as for resiliency. So it benefits everybody. And on the trout fire, PNM lost only 5 structures from that fire. One of the good things was the Forest Service and used our new enhanced widened right-of-way to start back burns into the fire, help them in their containment efforts. So you have this natural barrier that's there, that's cleared, and now you can use that as a tool to help them manage their fires. So, it was a case. It's only a single case, but it showed a success of, hey, it works for all parties when we do those types of efforts. We talked last time about our system resiliency and hardening. We've changed standards in those high risk areas, so we're working towards that. And our risk modeling is real similar to SPS. We use slightly different parameters. So all utilities are going to do it based on their terrain and conditions, but for the most part, the risk modeling is pretty much the same.
Commissioners, any questions? I just have one for El Paso. If we go back one slide, there's the column that says EP approaches and then recommendations, is the recommendations something that came out of that independent assessment?
Correct, yeah. So it was both the independent assessment and then just working with our transmission engineers and seeing what they're seeing in the industry and talking to our peer utility companies. So it's a mix of a lot, but it was a lot from the assessment that we do look to this, which we have been, and we continue to look for what is the right product for our area.
Okay, thank you. Great. I think we can move on to the what would be the next.
Yeah, if we can advance 2 slides and then ask the insurance panel to come to the table.
Hi there, my name is Cynthia Fee. I had to call in via Zoom today. Just wondered if there's anybody else approaching the table as well. Similar to Paul, I just wanted to do a quick sound check to make sure that you guys are able to hear me.
We can hear you in the room.
Perfect, that's fantastic. Would the folks like me just to go ahead and kick off this section? I'll take that as a yes. Okay. Again, hi, my name is Cynthia Fee. I'm the U.S. Casualty Broking Lead for Alliant Insurance Services. I have more than 15 years dedicated to the power and utility space in both risk management and broking roles as well. I just wanted to thank everybody for providing me the opportunity to come and discuss insurance and some of the wildfire concerns that come up in this space. And I do apologize, I had a family emergency and was unable to travel to Albuquerque yesterday, but I am here, I'm there in spirit, and I'm here on video and welcome any questions that might come up in this space. Before I kick it off, I just wanted to let you know when we were approaching talking about wildfire, it's not narrowed down to a state-by-state basis. So the information that I'm going to be providing today represents general insurance trends as well as feedback from key insurance carriers in the utility space concerning wildfire risks and trends. It's really applicable across the entire utility insurance industries and is not targeted to a particular state or utility unless I do mention that specifically. So just want to give a little qualifier up front before we jumped into this. In looking at the scape here on this first slide under insurance, really what are we looking at? And off to the left-hand side, it shows the 2024 wildfire statistics. And I think it's just good from an informational standpoint to take a look at this and see that for 2024, it was the 7th highest year of acreage burned on record, with over 8 million acres burned, 64,000 wildfires, and over 4,500 structures damaged or destroyed. And these are not specific to, these are all wildfires, not specific to any particular source. I just want to make a little note on this that the fires in California, the Palisades and Eaton fires, are going to qualify in 2025 and not 2024. So we are going to see likely another significant fire year coming up due to those fires as well. On the other side of the slide here, we have the U.S. Drought Monitor Map. This is available online. It's updated on a week-by-week basis, and it really gives a snapshot of the current drought conditions throughout the United States. This particular map was pulled as of June 26th of 2025, and does show that most of the western states, from about Texas over, do range from abnormally dry to an exceptional drought conditions. If we want to move on to the next slide, that would be great. And so when we're talking about insurance, it's really looking at a lot of different factors that come into play. Some of that is related to the elevated frequency and severity of wildfires that we're seeing throughout the western states. It's also looking at the influx and the severity of the third-party liability claims that are coming up and have come up over the past few years as well. And then we look at the results and the impacts of that on things such as the insurance marketplace and what the costs are relating to those as well. And then I know I'm an insurance person, but also we'll talk really shortly and briefly here around some of the non-insurance impacts that we see that this area is bleeding over into as well. So kicking off into the elevated frequency and severity of wildfires, really particularly across the western states, which again, we look at usually around Texas and west of Texas. There's been a marked increase in both the frequency and severity of fires, even over the last 5 years. And I know we're not focusing on California for this discussion, but CAL FIRE maintains a very strong database tracking historical fires. And I think it's just good from just a tangential kind of just a data point conversation here as well. So in the last 5 years in California, California has suffered 10 of the 20 largest wildfires and 8 of the 20 most destructive wildfires. That's just in the last 5 years. And this data goes back to at least the 1930s. So we have a significant number of both largest and most destructive wildfires happening within the last 5 years. If we pull back a further step from that and we look back at the last 10 years, California's had 13 of the 20 largest wildfires and 15 of the 20 most destructive wildfires that have occurred in California during that time period. And that's a significant number. And it's just, again, an interesting data point to look at as well. But if we back out again and we look back to the western states, some of the contributing factors that we tend to hear a lot about through a variety of different sources, as we hear about drought conditions contributing to it, climate change and increasing of volatile weather events can add to that as well. That can include things like wind or lightning or storms or any of those types of climate type of events as well. And then also increased population migration into some of those wildland urban interfaces, those areas that are beautiful to go and visit. Folks are moving more and more into those spaces. And that does present some additional fire challenges from a sense of ingress and egress access of fire personnel and first responder personnel and other kind of concerns as well. So what we see from an elevated frequency and severity of wildfires, it translates down into third-party liability claims. And so alongside that, there's been a dramatic increase in these types of claims relating to wildfires. So some of these rising claims costs are attributable to something that we hear thrown about a lot in our space, which is called social inflation. It's also deemed as legal system abuse, is how it's considered as well. And that really relates to an increasingly aggressive plaintiff's bar. And so not just taking my word on this, I also have looped in some information from the Insurance Information Institute, which is a nonprofit entity that looks to distribute objective information out around into the world around different kinds of causes and what they're seeing on third-party liability claims as well. But according to the Insurance Information Institute, certain tactics by the plaintiff's attorneys have caused claims costs to rise generally above inflation numbers and are leading to overall higher costs for consumers. Some of these tactics do include things such as aggressive attorney advertising, which is an active encouragement to file lawsuits. And when it comes to wildfires, I was born and raised in California, and so for me, that's of particular note for me as well. But when it comes to wildfires, what I've personally experienced is advertisements by the plaintiff's bar trying to solicit clients as soon as a fire starts, whether or not the fire's not extinguished. We have no idea what the cause of loss is for that particular fire, but we have attorneys out there actively soliciting clients to file lawsuits against utilities in the event that is related to a utility wildfire. What it is this early rush to file lawsuits forces utilities to incur legal expenses and costs and fees before there's any determination of the cause of that particular loss. So that is one factor that adds into the overall cost of these types of claims as well. Another tactic that we see coming about from the plaintiff's bar is something called jury anchoring. And that's when the plaintiff's attorneys are intentionally mentioning an extremely high award number, as a starting point for the jury to consider. And by doing that, it can act as an anchor number that the jury is working from. And that number may be well beyond what is typical, what is reasonable, or even what a judge would deem fair in that particular set of circumstances as well. An additional contributing factor is third-party litigation funding. If this is something where hedge funds and other financiers are investing in litigation in exchange for a percentage of any settlement or judgment with a high enough rate of return, think around circa 20% rate of return that these folks are getting by doing this, attracts billions of dollars in investment into this annually. Often there's no requirement that this is disclosed to defendants or the juries, and it can markedly increase the overall cost of litigation, extend the length of the process, And this doesn't necessarily result in more actual dollars going into the plaintiff's pockets, but the attorneys and the financiers, the hedge funds that are funding it in the background, do extract a pretty significant payment in this area as well. Another thing that we're seeing on the rise are nuclear verdicts. These are considered verdicts that are and awards that are exceeding $10 million in an amount. According to Marathon Strategies, there was a 52% increase in nuclear verdicts against corporations in 2024 versus 2023. And now they've deemed a new word called thermonuclear verdicts, which are those exceeding 100 million, jumped up to 49 cases in 2024 versus 27 in 2023. I know, again, this is not necessarily specific for the utility space, but it does show overall general trends in litigation in this landscape. Taking this back down more into the utility space is looking at the insurance capacity and cost impacts. Kind of mixing all of these contributing factors and where we're seeing rising claims and all those things come into play. What that does in the insurance marketplace is it leads to uncertainty. And when insurance companies have uncertainty, they're seeing things like judgments and awards out of alignment with traditional principles of negligence. They're coming out significantly higher than historical damage awards arising from wildfires. They can include a potential material punitive damage component in an attempt to punish a utility, or even potentially, ultimately bankrupt utilities as well. What this does on the insurance capacity side is it has a significant constriction of insurance capacity for wildfire liability that's available in the marketplace. And from a sheer supply and demand standpoint, when we have less capacity out there, the pricing is materially driven up. So in order to retain the same limits that utilities have retained in the past, it's costing significantly more than it ever has in the past as well. As part of the underwriting process, the utilities over the past 5 years have been asked to bring a very enhanced underwriting submission to the table. So we're seeing our utility clients bring in their subject matter experts, internal subject matter experts. We're bringing in the general counsel, we're bringing in the CFOs, we're bringing in all the executive level folks as well to come in and provide very detailed information to the insurance marketplace in order to help educate them to try and reduce some of that uncertainty and also then translate into less of a cost impact overall. But when we're looking at these enhanced wildfire submissions and we're getting close scrutiny by the insurers on the sophistication of the mitigation strategies and system hardening implementation that the utility clients are putting into place, there is also a consideration that resources are limited. There's not an unlimited bucket of funds to pay for insurance and system hardening. So there is a push and pull that every utility has to deal with on its own around, how do you evaluate what the right balance is in terms from a cost expenditure, because those resources and the funding is limited. And there's all of these tools, I know some of which you guys heard about today as well. There's a significant development of tools for potential mitigations out there. However, just to qualify it as well, that it takes time for utilities to vet the technology, determine if it's appropriate for them, and also to budget funds for implementation, just to make sure that, again, it's fantastic that we have so much innovation going on in this space that is doing amazing things to help mitigate, early detection, all of those kinds of things. But it does take some time for the utilities to evaluate whether or not those types of technologies are going to be applicable and assist them given their individual geographic footprints as well. Overall, the insurance market perception is that a wildfire loss will erode a utility's full insurance limits, regardless of what those are. And, my job here as an insurance broker is to educate the insurers that this is not always the case. The insurance industry as a whole, as I mentioned earlier, does not like uncertainty and tends to price very conservatively and reduce limits due to these large losses that are coming about in this space. From a non-insurance impact, we are seeing heightened security by financial rating agencies. So some of the information that I've heard from my clients as well is that when you have S&P and Fitch who are out there helping to basically rate the utility's overall financial strength as well, which impacts their cost of borrowing, we're seeing those financial rating agencies ask similar questions that we see the insurance underwriters asking on a very enhanced basis as well. And then we're also seeing heightened sensitivity by shareholders. So for instance, again, not just to focus on California, it's just one of those easier targets maybe to look at as well. But looking in California, if you'll see a fire breakout, again, with no knowledge around any sort of causation for it, and we see the stock prices dropping for the utilities in California almost immediately in reaction to this uncertainty as well. If we'd like to bump to the next slide. Also, I'm not just a doom and gloomer, so I wanted to talk about some of the insurance emerging solutions in our space as well. And one of the things that we've seen, particularly over 2025, is many states, both in the West and in the East as well, have had bills pending this past legislative session concerning tort reform with an effort to develop a sustainable path forward for the continued safe, reliable, and cost-effective provision of electrical services to consumers. I think most folks would agree that bankrupting the utilities is not necessarily, again, this is my opinion, but is not necessarily the ideal solution in the event of wildfire losses or in any sort of a loss or impact as well. I will say from a personal experience for a client with a recent renewal here in a Western state where tort reform was enacted and signed into law here in 2025, we were actually able to secure a decrease in their wildfire premiums on their entire tower of coverage, which was a huge one. And this was directly relating to the tort reform that was put into place in that particular state as well. And so these topics here, these are bullet points. Again, these are just some of the things that I've done a bit of research into what some of the pending bills were throughout the different Western states as well. And so we do have some of these are addressed in some manner by most of the types of bills out there. So I pulled out the things that were the most commonalities that were being addressed in those. The top one is adverse statutory loopholes. So in some states, effectively allow a windfall payment to plaintiff where they collect from their homeowners insurers and then also sue the utility directly for damages as well. And a utility may end up paying twice for the same claim. So once to the homeowner to make the homeowner whole, and then also to the homeowner insurer through a subrogation claim. And so it's almost as if there's a windfall payment being made and the utility is being forced to pay twice for the same loss. So with tort reform, some states are starting to address this if that loophole exists in a particular state. Other things that we're seeing from a tort reform basis is limiting utility liability for fires arising from vegetation outside of the utility right-of-way. No liability arising out of utility's decision to energize or not to de-energize a system in the event of, a pending fire, red flag warning day or something along those lines as well. Limiting class action lawsuits in this space, again, because that doesn't necessarily translate into more dollars going into the injured plaintiff's pockets. But it does have a lot of money that transfers into the plaintiff's attorney's pockets as well. Restricting or at least requiring transparent disclosure if there's litigation funding happening in the background. It's one of those things we just talked about on the prior slide as well. Also having a commission-approved wildfire mitigation plan submitted to the court as being a reasonable and prudent standard in preparation for the mitigation of a wildfire risk. So that it's basically the court accepting that a commission-approved wildfire plan and that the utility is following through with it means that the utility is acting in a reasonable and prudent manner. The burden of proof requiring that this rests with the plaintiffs to prove, as in a normal and typical negligence type of cause of action, the plaintiff has the obligation and duty to prove that there was negligence on the part of the utility and not shifting that burden over into a strict liability type of position as well. And again, with tort reform, doesn't mean that economic damages would not be recoverable. Those are still recoverable, and across all states that I was looking at into the tort reform, the pending tort reform, economic damages are and do remain recoverable. So non-economic damages that might have some restrictive parameters put around those as well. And then also looking at a punitive damages perspective and putting a cap on those, and then also requiring potentially a clear and convincing evidence standard of gross negligence or intentional acts on the part of the utility in order to trigger the potential applicability of punitive damages. Other things that we're seeing across this industry as well as we're looking at state and fire and federal wildfire funds. So currently right now they're being talked about in a lot of different states. California has one and so does Utah. So again, it's really looking around setting conditions and standards utilities must meet. And if met, certain liability parameters are applied in the event of utility caused wildfire. In California, it's a pooled program for the 3 largest IOUs. Those are the only folks who are eligible to join into that fund as well. And Utah has been recently enacted, I think within the last year or so, and that's a utility-specific fund. There's also a greater increase for utilities to evaluate other types of ways to manage and provide insurance coverage and risk transference for the wildfire types of risk of loss. So some folks are looking at self-insurance as an option, where they're just basically taking certain layers in their insurance tower and they're fully self-insuring it. So in the event that there was a fire, they'd be taking a big chunk in that tower at some point, or multiple points in their tower, and self-insuring that. And additionally, the use of captives, a captive insurance company, which is typically set up by the utility. And what that does is it's actually its own functional separate. It is regulated and it is set up as an insurance program as well. But it is also something that can cause some question around rate recovery at the end of the day for some, just because it's it can help stabilize the overall cost impacts on a program if the utility is willing to put a captive insurer in there that is funded over time, that would pay for a loss. It has a policy form, all those types of things that come into play. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it is a type of self-insurance, and that can have some impacts on rate recovery as well. That's it for my side on insurance, but I do want to go ahead and pass it over to Becky Tafoya as well to talk about PNM specifically.
I did want to ask a couple of questions. And thank you for that presentation, Cynthia. I'm wondering whether how investments to protect against wildfires could reduce the insurance cost. Do they? I guess that's a question. And
I think that's definitely a fair question. So like, if somebody implements one type of mitigation, are we able to translate that out into a specific dollar? And I think that's a little bit more difficult to do. To say where if you do public safety power shutoffs, then your insurance is going to be 5% less. And the reason why is that the underwriters have their own underwriting models and they're all different. And so the ways that they come about pricing things, they take a lot of factors into consideration, but also feeding up into these towers are excess employment liability claims, excess auto claims, a lot of other things outside of wildfire are feeding up into the overall cost of the program. And so while it does, as a utility is continuing to harden their system and spend the money on it, it helps us with our conversation and helps us try and leverage pricing reductions. But from like us being able to say from a dollar to dollar basis that you do X and you save Y, it's not as clear to do that. Where we did see in that example that I gave, where we did see an actual ability to capture the reduction was when there was tort reform that was signed into place for that particular client.
Thank you. And with us today, we have the electric investor-owned utilities. We also have in New Mexico many cooperatives, and I'm just wondering whether there are any nuances or notable differences about how the conversation that you're having with us today affect co-ops versus investor-owned utilities.
That's a great question. Thank you for raising that as well. And I am not certain in the state of New Mexico, I might ask for your guys' education on this, but in many states, folks who are co-ops or are considered public power also have the benefit of some sovereign immunity protections or tort caps that are already brought into play, or there's additional logistical steps folks have to go through and maybe a shortened statute of limitation for potential claimants as well. So when we look overall at some of our co-op clients or some of our public power clients who do already have the benefit of some of those tort reform, I'd say tort reform, but it's really statutory protection or immunity caps or shortened types of timings to file claims and things like that. Those folks are already seeing a remarkable discount down in their premiums by the insurance marketplace, simply because the fact that there are some arms and parameters around what the potential liability for those folks are. I think it's very difficult for co-ops who are in a state where they don't have those types of limitations or protections in place, because they typically, I'll back up for 1 second. So a couple of things are different with public power and co-ops as well. So typically in those situations, we have, the folks who are working for the co-op or the folks who are living in that community. We tend to see less claims filed and less severity of claims filed against public power and co-ops. That doesn't mean to say that they don't still have claims filed against them and it's not cost prohibitive. But we also see co-ops tend to have maybe a little, tend to work a little bit leaner from a budgetary perspective. Again, speaking very generally here, I don't want to say that I'm speaking on behalf of anyone in particular. But what we see is sometimes they have a little bit more budgetary constraints. And so they really have to take a sharp look at where does it make sense for them to spend their money. And it kind of goes back to that, resources are not unlimited to pay for these types of things. But we do see their claims tend to be a little less from a frequency and a severity point. And then we also see some beneficial pricing coming their direction, simply because of the fact that there's typically some sort of statutory protections for them as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so thanks for giving us the opportunity to come and talk to you today about the insurance challenges we're seeing. And I'm Bob Miller. I'm the Director of Insurance for Xcel Energy. And I think Cindy did a great job laying some of the foundation for us, but it'll help us build on for the conversations that we have. But I wanted to add a little bit more to that to give you a little bit of an idea of what the timeline, where we've been, where we see things going into the future. And I think it was Steve that mentioned that this all kind of started in California in 2007 with some of the big fires. And I think then the years following that, they were kind of where we are right now. Capacity was reduced, but they were still able to get insurance. But then they got to the point where they really couldn't buy insurance any longer. And then so the markets kind of moved on from California. They excluded wildfire out there. Then they started focusing on like 3 to 5 other states in the western part of the United States. That was their next area that they were looking at. Putting on additional wildfire loading out, those types of things. And almost recently it's expanded to the 13 states that are talked about often, and Mexico is one of those 13 states. So I guess our fear is that we all become the next California, but we'll just continue to progress and we won't have insurance for wildfire in maybe like 13 states in the Western United States. But so all these challenges really came to focus and got worse in late 2023 when one of our mutuals cut back their wildfire capacity. And so typical excess liability towers are structured where you have an insurer, then you stack another one on top, and that second insurer wouldn't pay until the first insurer has eroded their full limit. So what they did was they kept their limit for all the perils, but they cut back to put a sublimit on how much wildfire they could have. So what that did was they created gaps. And so we all had to look at ways that we will fill those gaps, and there are different options to doing that. But so this was late 23, going to effect in 2024 policy renewals, and ours renews in October. And so we started early in the year, earlier than normal, looking at how we felt that would impact our renewals. And early on, we were hearing feedback from the market saying, well, you might be able to buy half as much wildfire coverage and it'll cost you twice as much. But that was early on. So then we got into the July timeframe, and we started seeing some movement, and it was getting better, and we felt pretty good about the renewal at that time. But then as we approached our October renewal in September, the markets really tightened up, and that's kind of where now we get into the bullet points on here. That was all kind of background information, but on this slide, our approaches that we utilized for the renewal last year was, as we were seeing these gaps that we couldn't fill, we had these gaps, and our intent was to put standalone wildfire coverage and to fill those gaps to keep the overall limits pretty stable from year to year. But we're having difficulty with markets filling those gaps. And we're getting, our renewal was on October 18th, and we're getting right to the end of that, where we needed to renew, and we still did not have these gaps filled. And so we did an 8-day extension, and so it's funny how effective that was by just doing 8 days, and we brought our captive in. We have a very established captive. It's been in existence for 30 years. And so we were able to bring that in and put in some of that wildfire only coverage and just a competition of that, where the markets then started seeing that we're going to renew this in 8 days. And if you don't get in line with what we're doing, we used our captive to establish that the pricing. We quickly had them fill that out, so we were able to fill out the tower. I actually went through most of those bullets on that side, but the last bullet is the long-term market partnerships, and in particular with the industry mutuals. They understand. I mean, that's the whole purpose of an industry mutual for us. They understand what we need, and they look for solutions for us, and they have come forward with a couple of new solutions, potential solutions for us that didn't work. I mean, they couldn't get enough traction on those to get them going for this year, but they're confident that they'll continue to keep looking for that for the future years, to come up with some solutions for us. Over on the right side are the recommendations, and Cindy really covered those for the most part. But I guess the point I'd want to make is that it's really not any one of these that is the solution, the recommended solution. It's kind of a combination of many or all of those. We do need to see some movement in the liability caps, like she said, the tort reform or caps on economic damages. The state federal funds, also the pooling of utilities is helpful to build that tower out. The repair securitization, we need to see support. And I think what we've seen just by looking at what California has done, it may be a temporary increase in costs, but in the long run, especially if you're utilizing a captive to support some of that, when you modify the structure and pull out wildfire, if you're utilizing a captive, if it's a successful captive and you have good loss experience, you can potentially return some of those costs back to the customer. And so that, in the long run, it may be a reduced cost, overall reduced cost to the customer. And the last bullet is just tying that back into how effective it was for us to utilize our captive to build out our tower last year. And I guess the one recommendation, and we talked on it about it, what's your question on the mitigation efforts? That's certainly got to be part of this. That needs to fit into our different solutions and tools that we use, and it's very important to get that in place. And we did. I mean, it's not as granular as what your question was based on, but we did reach out to our lead carrier on this tower, and they were able to prioritize some of the different mitigation efforts so that in their mind and how it fits into their rating model for determining pricing, they have an idea of what are more important to them, so we can utilize that.
Is that a quick question? When you're talking about securitization, what are you talking about securitizing?
Well, in the case of California, my understanding is that they needed to fund their captive because as their structure was modified to, they had to exclude wildfire from their tower and then fund the wildfire only coverage through the captive. So they did have to fund that, and they requested recovery on that through the rate.
No, thank you.
Slide, please. So very similar to what our peer utilities are experiencing and to what Cindy alluded to. Our insurance experience
is similar, right? We're losing potential market and capacities and coverage. In our case, we continue to keep the relationships with our mutuals, specifically meeting with the underwriters so that they understand our risk profile, which is unique to PNMs and to XLs and Energy. And they see Texas, they see New Mexico, and they pegged us kind of in that same category. So really staying on top of that and abreast of our hardening and what we're doing. And so I would say that our latest independent study did help us with our insurance coverage this last cycle. We have a June 1st liability coverage. We were able to get that assessment out and show, you know, kind of where we rated relative to, you know, just our landscape and where we serve. And really to pinpoint what helped us too was the population and the liability that is exposed in these high risk areas. So that something that we saw price increases, but I would say that they were more on the minimal price increase. But I think that had a lot to do with the relationships, and we continue to advocate with our underwriters that they understand our landscape and where our infrastructure really lies. I don't know if there's anything unique past that, but we continue to monitor just market conditions and potential gaps and just kind of stay proactive in that versus reactive.
I'm Becky Tafoya, and I'm the Director of Corporate Risk for PNM. And I echo the same thing as my counterparts here with as far as the challenges we have seen in the insurance programs. Last year, we did restructure our insurance program for wildfire coverage, created a standalone program really to be able to fill in the gaps, the results of reduced capacity within the markets. And we were able to retain the historical limits that we have had in the program. We did consider a captive and parametric insurance as well, but really those options were expensive and not something that we wanted to consider, especially because there were still some pricing options with the markets that were most favorable to us. In 2024, we implemented the Power Safety Shuttle program and lots of coordination with government and emergency management, our customers, our media communications, and also taking into consideration our vital customers and planning for those shutoffs. That strategy was introduced to the markets when we went out to discuss with the underwriters our mitigation strategies for wildfire, and gave them a more in-depth understanding of our risk and our wildfire mitigation strategies. Lots of discussions. Our program also started, we went early, meeting with the markets to be able to provide very in-depth mitigation information to them, allow them to ask a lot of questions. It's very time consuming, but in the end, it's beneficial so that we are able to get the best pricing options for us. And they understand our risk, and then, you know, continue to form those strong relationships with the underwriters so they know and trust, you know, the information that we're providing to them. We also, as my counterparts here stated, we do consider with considerations for liability caps, which would be helpful for utilities. Support state and federal funds as well, ratepayer securitization. And of course, we'll continue to look at self-insurance and captives, but at this point, as long as we continue to have better pricing options in the market, that is our philosophy, is to transfer that risk. I stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair, I don't really have a question, but I do have a comment. And Mr. Boyer, you may want to get with Cynthia, get that list of states that have looked at some of those statutory fixes that I would call efforts to see if any of those will be fruitful in New Mexico. Because it looks like several dealt with some issues that we've discussed when we those at a similar meeting. That is, as it frees outside of the right of way, and some other measures that may have been addressed in other areas of the country. It might be helpful to have that list as a starting point for the legislature.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Chansey. I am the Senior Manager for Wildfire Response for Maxell Energy. I'm going to cover the general emergency response coordination information across utilities. And I'll go into SPS, Xcel Energy specifics. So my background is in emergency management. I'm an emergency manager, 21 years of experience bringing that to Xcel Energy. And when you look at PSPS, wildfire response, it really takes a full collaborative effort across the community, not just utilities, but the entire community flow. So I'm going to talk about some of the traditional things, internal and external, and then we'll go into some of the emerging trends here, like you see on the slide. That collaboration that I mentioned, it's really integral to that collaboration internally to the company is really important. A lot of companies will establish an incident response plan or emergency operation plan to basically capture how they, respond to an incident. Those incident response plans are generally kind of broad facing. They're not necessarily really specific to every type of disaster. It's really mainly focused on outages. How do we respond to an outage? And then the operations team, usually through a control center, will try to tailor and manage that response to an incident. Specific business units will have supporting checklists, supporting guidelines that really walk them through so that they have a repetitive method to solve problems and really standardize that response. There are some hazard specific focuses for utilities generally. So wildfire is one of those emerging ones that we're putting a lot more attention into. Generally load shed, weather emergencies, storm response, if you will. That's generally where the historical focus has been. Plan development, plan coordination. Internal communications is really big. It's really big and key, but it really stems out of the operations functions. So between distribution, transmission, energy supply, gas, depending on what function is impacted, or if there's several, those control centers will typically manage and lead that coordination for that emergency. Sometimes that's really, really awesome. Really, it's handled really well, depending on the key person that's actually executing it. Sometimes there can be gaps. When you think about emergency management as a whole, the large umbrella, it's bringing all the functional communities together with those experts and allowing them to make a consolidated decision and unified voice, unified message, if you will. So a lot of times you'll see that kind of highlighted in some of these incidents. From the external standpoint, our customers are broad, right? So you have residential customers, business customers, managed accounts. We have critical infrastructure partners that are extremely important. One of our most vital partners is the Office of Emergency Management. They are the key facilitators for preparedness and response recovery for any community and organizations at large. So they really serve as a key conduit for us, for utilities in partnering with that local plan preparedness. Regulators, you guys, elected officials, state affairs, those are other key communications conduits that are externally communicated with. You back that up and look at how does a utility manage all that communication. That's a bunch of different individual business units. So that can become somewhat complex when you're trying to arrange that unified message. Some communication happens very regularly on the daily.
So if you think about transmission control centers, they're communicating externally with our downstream partners, cooperatives, things like that. There's a regular contact that's occurring that might be hard to establish a singular voice when there's a large incident arising, because it's already been ongoing. When you get into the media and like customer communication, there's obviously an approach here that we want to be proactive. We want to get the message out about an incident as soon as we can, as soon as we know what's going on. We really want to target those specific customers that are impacted. In many cases, it's going to be broader, and you're going to have customers that don't have an outage that get in. And then, like I said, being proactive, having a communications plan pre-established. A lot of utilities have established kind of, here's what our general stance is, how we're going to establish communications, what our tempo is going to be, what our position is going to be on an outage, and how we resolve that. Some of the things that utilities are moving to and being more proactive and really taking the initiative on is adopting some of the national emergency management standards. So there's a thing called National Incident Management System, NIMS, which brings to us an incident command system. It's an organizational command and control structure that's scalable and tailorable. The public sector emergency response communities all utilize this. Private sectors, utilities don't necessarily fall under that jurisdiction, that requirement, but it's definitely advocated for. A lot of utilities are adopting those principles and those concepts, like establishing emergency operations centers, dedicating specifically trained people to fill specific roles during an emergency, so that they can free up the operators who are normally managing a control center to do that primary function and allow others to facilitate the planning and response to a large scale emergency. Really hits on that next thing, the cross-business area, cross-functional business area coordination. So we're not relying solely on the operations business units to solve a problem. If there's an outage, that's absolutely the priority, is to restore that. But we can't put all our efforts behind that entity to manage and solve those problems. We need to bring in other stakeholders, like I said, through cross-functional training, we can offset some of that workload. This next item, the next two items, really all hazards and hazard specific. Disasters today they're very complex. There's not a single disaster that's just very narrow in focus. We mentioned earlier wildfires causing landslides, debris flows, things like that. It's multi-hazard. Last year, for example, the election, high security, high cyber, community protection, resilience of the grid was of high priority. What happens when there's a wildfire risk during that time period? We have to be able to plan and operate in those environments where we have to be really secure and resilient, provide services for continuity of government operations, and protect the public from wildfire risks. So it's very complex, and our processes need to be able to adapt and reflect those changes. In addition to having very specific processes and procedures for the known threats and risks that we have, such as wildfire, we need to be very deliberate in those planning efforts. Some of the external things that we see emerging is smart meters, understanding exactly where outages are occurring, targeting messaging directly to the customers that we're de-energizing. Instead of having broad messaging, we're going to target somebody through a public safety power shutoff. We should know exactly which customers that we're turning off, instead of a broad area of a service area. We're not doing our customers proper service if we're not able to say, we're turning you on, we're turning you off. But having that understanding through technology advances in the system, like I said, through smart meters and other tools, segmentation of feeders and circuits, understanding where those breaks are to know what customers are going to be impacted is absolutely important for us. The public safety power shutoff program is something that a lot of utilities have been adopting. I think Melissa mentioned it's a thing that we can do right now before we solve those longer term system hardening efforts that take years to accomplish. PSPS program is also something that needs to evolve as well. We can't, as a utility, we can't take a chainsaw approach to doing de-energization. We have to be very specific, and it does take time and energy and effort and planning and coordination to understand how to narrow down those specific areas we're going to de-energize based on the information we have in hand. So using risk assessments, risk modeling to determine that. And then communicating that through outage tracking, making sure our customers are aware, updating those systems and processes so that
everyone has a better understanding of what's impacted. If we don't have a clear visibility of what outages are occurring, community planners, community emergency managers, critical infrastructure partners won't understand the impacts. They won't know what to prepare for, how large of an event to prepare for, and to scale up their responses to prevent cascading effects. Slide. Some of the approaches that Xcel Energy has adopted is we've done a deliberate look at our emergency operations plans. SPS, we've established an emergency operations plan, and we've developed specific wildfire annex to address that risk. Our emergency operations plan is broad and applies to the SPS operating territory. It provides general guidance at a high level for how we operate during emergencies, and it adopts the National Incident Management System and ICS concepts to managing incidents. That wildfire annex, again, it takes another step beyond the incident response plan of just general outages and really focuses on the level of coordination that needs to happen during a wildfire. An outage is one thing, and if you think about what happens when there's an outage, there's really not a lot of coordination that needs to happen. We need crews to go out to the field, restore damage, let customers know there was an outage, let customers know it's been restored, get back to work, to the day-to-day job. The wildfire is much different. There's so many players in the wildfire arena. What does that coordination look like? When do certain people need to be contacted? How do we contact them? What personnel do they need on an incident scene? What personnel might they need in the emergency operations center at the county or city jurisdiction or the state level, depending on the scale of the emergency? All those things are kind of essential to predefine so that people know their roles during an emergency. And that's what the wildfire annex does for us. The public safety power shutoff playbook is our tactical guide for executing that specific mitigation measure. It's at the executable level, so all the business units have specific tasks. And as I mentioned earlier, we've adopted the incident command system, where we assign specific people to a roster. They know their role. We have different departments within the ICS structure. So you have an incident commander that leads it. Then you have different section chiefs who manage different elements like planning, operations, logistics, finance, administration. They all understand their roles and the subordinates' roles below them, so that we can scale up that response based on the scale of the timing up to the PSPS event. I don't necessarily need 50 people all preparing 7 days out from an event. There's still some variability in the weather forecast modeling. So maybe we only have a small group of people doing preparatory things like developing communications plans, so that we target the right customers at the right time. So that was a really essential component for us. And it's something that we've really adopted, not just at the surface level where we're just calling people a title, we're really implementing the planning processes and the functional elements of it instead of just saying, hey, you're this person, and take like a surface level approach to it. It's pretty well in depth and ingrained. Situational awareness, we've had a lot of information brief today. TechnoSilva is a phenomenal tool, and that's what Xcel Energy uses to provide some fuels information. It really helps us determine our scope. So we're doing a little bit more surgical application to our scoping when it comes to the PSPS. Instead of just relying on a weather forecast and the criteria, looking at the relative humidity, looking at the wildfire indexes, looking at the wind speeds, that can cover a broad area. And if I was just to apply those measures across our service area, we have thousands and thousands of customers out. Applying that weather to our wildfire risk tier maps, the TechnoSilva information, we can really narrow that down so that it's a PSPS event could be several hundred people. This last March, we had a PSPS event that affected the town of Tucumcari, New Mexico, with 150 customers. That's ideally that we would want to see. We don't want to impact a large amount of people. We want to impact only the customers that are at the highest risk of, or the circuits that are impacting it that would cause a catastrophic wildfire. Not just every single wind event. So we'll create that scenario. Our situational awareness is more than that as well. So we have a wildfire command center that is monitoring wildfires that occur in real time. They're developing summaries, situational awareness to provide to key stakeholders across the company, so that if the situation were to escalate, were to impact our resources and assets, or if there's a need for our wildfire investigators to go out on scene, if there's close proximity to our assets,
we have a quick means of disseminating that information and getting the right people in the right place. Pano AI is another key partner in that, and a lot of people just assume Pano AI is just that alert tool. It does provide quite a bit more than just an alerting tool and looking at vegetation and then fuels blowing. During an event, it's real time, it's constant. I'm looking at the situation and seeing the fire grow and change and shift and really understand the scale of that incident. It allows local responders and utility to collaborate and, you know, position the right resources in the right places. Our communications is very deliberate. We have a specific communications PSPS playbook. It's essentially a how-to guide. It gives us a whole series of templates for every avenue of communication, whether that's social media. We purchase social media ads, what those might look like, whether that's press releases, if that's pre-scripted information that we need to populate for communicating with emergency operations centers and offices of emergency management. Those things are built out for us so that during event, we just have to quickly plug in the specific information. We can get that information out in the key timelines. We have kind of some really key set thresholds. 72 hours to 48 hours is a really key time period for us. At that point, we're hoping to understand the scope of our incident, and we're going to target those offices of emergency management, our critical customers, and our medical customers at that timeline as a key preparatory time frame. We're looking at this. We're considering this PSPS event in this area. So now's your time to get prepared, get ready for that event. 48 hours to 24 hours is really when we're targeting every customer that's going to be impacted. We really want to set that so that every customer is aware of what's going on. And then between 1 to 4 hours is kind of like our last minute warning. Like, we are committed to doing this. This is your last update that we are going forward with the PSPS event. And now's the last time, or the final moments to get prepared for what this outage is going to look like. So there'll also be updates once the outage occurs, and then throughout the outage as restoration updates are provided. And then this next thing for us approaches is the Homeland Security Exercise Evaluation Program. So we've adopted like the FEMA construct for doing training and exercises, integrating our external partners and targeting the types of exercises to benefit the specific functions that are occurring. So that you might hear things like tabletops, drills, functional exercises, full-scale exercises. Those are different types of HCEPS events that we're conducting. We're also doing that outreach to our external partners so that they can be aware of our processes, and we can have that back and forth conversation about where's the disconnect, where's the challenges. Real quick, I'll touch on the recommendations. Deliberate engagement. I think this is one of the biggest things that we've learned and benefited from, is doing that proactive engagement. Something that Pano AI helped us do is that when they do onboarding with those community partners, there's an opportunity to exchange information, start that blue sky day conversation about emergency preparedness and wildfire preparedness. But that has to start sometime. It's much better to do it before a wildfire so that you can do those conversations and understand each other's limitations. And then knowing your customers, critical customer validation, understanding what they are, who they are, instead of just knowing this premise is critical. What makes it critical? What happens if this premise is de-energized? What are the cascading effects? And really understanding that at the local level, because disasters are truly local in nature. They might have broad effects elsewhere, but that disaster is local. And if we don't understand those local effects and interrelations, we're going to have a lot of challenges. And we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we don't know what would be energized. I'll jump down to the PUC considerations is the communications requirements. So understand and consider, you know, what exists as a standard. Right now, there's not necessarily a clear definition of a standard. So defining what is needed for the state, what are the expectations for us? And I think we're more than happy to oblige by the existing standard or any recommendations that you guys might have around that as well. Emergency operations plan. Several states across the United States have requirements that spell out having the need for a utility to have an emergency operations plan. What would you recommend as the minimum considerations or minimum components to that? That way we're doing our due diligence to support the communities in a kind of standard unified fashion across all utility providers. It's not one plan from XL Energy in this city
and that might be shared with several utilities, and then the next city over, maybe in the same county, has a different emergency operations plan because there's a different utility provider. It's going to create more challenges for that local emergency manager to resolve and understand because they're dealing with numerous emergency operations plan structures. And then lastly, clear definitions on PSPS reporting. What information would you like provided? What's the key data set that you would like to understand post-event? You know, there's a lot of things that are occurring, a lot of things that we're tracking. What's beneficial to the PUC when it comes to post PSPS event reporting? Is it the number of customers, the line miles of outages? What are the specifics that are going to help us shape this program and, you know, help better inform the population? With that, if there's any other questions for me, I'll take those now or at the end, and if not, I'll hand it to the next person.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jesse Gonzalez, Regional Director, State Legislative Affairs for El Paso Electric. And online, I have Armando Zabala, who's our transmission engineer, who's been coordinating a lot of our wildfire mitigation efforts. So kind of not to piggyback on the SPS, but some of the BEP's established approaches also entail situational awareness, which entails climate forecast for assessment, analyzing system conditions, and also preparing for potential impacts. EP, El Paso Electric does have a very specific wildfire event protocols in response to any wildfire events, which are based primarily on in-field coordination and support, given the fact that the event might be quite dynamic and so forth. So we're not necessarily relying on templates or what have you, but are very interacting specifically with in-field or on-field teams, response teams. We also coordinate with responders authorities. We're looking at de-energizing our particular lines. So we're particularly sensitive with respect to the de-energization of our 3045 kV lines, given the fact that we import so much power from Halliburton into our service territory into southern New Mexico, Texas. So these wildfire event protocols are extremely important to the company. To kind of also address, we also have an incident management plan. Once again, it's a little bit broader in scope, but some of the key characteristics of that are obviously energy and load balancing. And also during that time, I think that's happening concurrently with our event protocols is looking at system restoration strategies and also with coordinating with a reliability coordinator. Part of that overall management plan is sequencing of resources, equipment, and materials to try to address the risk as quickly as possible. We also have a crisis communication plan that is also based on, as was discussed, it's an command system, so it's a little bit more dynamic, responsive to the situation at hand. Really does address really primarily stakeholders, which entail our first responder entities, government entities, and the public at large. So with respect to the public at large, we would be looking at the dissemination of updates via multiple channels, media advisories, and releases, etc. So some of it might be proactive, so we might be kind of providing in situation updates. Our next kind of approach, if you will, is the strategic tiered mitigation. Once again, to kind of piggyback on what Nadia was talking about, we recently have done these wildfire risk assessments for our service territories. We also did a wind speed analysis. So given the fact that these are static studies, we do have more of a probabilistic approach, if you will, in terms of where our overall risk is, which has colored some of the conversation in terms of what stage you need to be responsive to any particular event that may happen. So I think it's been able to channel a lot of our resources, also kind of give color to some of the discussions with our cross-function as to how we will report our system operations or maybe with our corporate communications folks. So it really has given us a broader perspective how to address these risks as quickly as possible. Segue into recommendations. once again, with respect to El Paso Electric, given the risk assessment, let's say, for the most part, the result of our service territory is relatively low or moderate in this. See, when about also the electrical recommendations, is although we might have those broad measures and set, but let's say we have set triggers and so forth that might not necessarily be as responsive to the previous level in our particular service territory. So we wouldn't want to de-energize and have a re-energization process. More issues or problems going with that. We might have to have the main controls that say, etc. So you want to make sure that if there are preset triggers or any, use the word mandates, if you will, or responses to the service territory and address the risk that we have in our particular service territory. With respect to training and exercise, kind of similar in nature, we conduct those now, some tabletops and drills, currently about any training and exercise prior to wildfire season would be beneficial and would be any kind of recommendation. Also, with respect to PSPS reporting, yeah, any clear definitions in terms of post-event analysis, what the expectations are, would be beneficial, and just to know that we're tailoring our response specifically to what those needs are. Also, one thing that we're looking at is really having a targeted approach to minimize customer impacts. So, like I say, if we would be energized, let's say 3 for the 5 kV line, that would have major ramifications on the input capability. How we looked at is that the best method or the best methodology? And now we've created a much larger problem, if you will, for an entire service territory. So we're looking at some of the resolutions of the board remediations is to look at investing in more technology to be able to sectionalize those particular line segments as best as possible, just to mitigate. That in a nutshell is the emergency response.
Wes Gray with PNM. Similar to my colleagues, we have our emergency operations plan, and that's kind of the base. It originated out of storm response plans and what we did with storm response, and now it's becoming a broader topic as the industry as a whole migrates toward all hazard plans to deal with more widespread events. We were talking earlier about fire is a task, but now we're seeing it in our Ruidoso service area, the flooding and the impacts from the flooding. So those same things of poles we replaced last year were a result of South Fork fire getting washed out, in the last few weeks because of the flooding in Ruidoso. So it's a dynamic event where you're looking at wildfire as a issue, but then it's all the collateral damage that comes after those wildfires, the flooding and other things that happen that you put those together. So then those type of responses get put into the all hazards plan. Things you got to think about as you do those risk assessments and figure out where your infrastructure is physically located. Would it be subject to a flood? Would it be subject to that ancillary impact that comes after the fire? And that goes into developing some of these other pieces. So we start with our ops plan. We've been working on and evolving our wildfire mitigation plan with the specific things of what we're going to do to prevent wildfire. And then our public safety fire shutoff plan and the things that go with that, enhanced protective settings to prevent having to do a proactive shutoff for safety when conditions are getting bad, and then PSPS when conditions are extreme. So it's just working through those with this get so far. Trying to provide the highest level of protection for those communities that we live, we work in those communities day in, day out. We want to protect them. And then things similar to what happened in the trout fire in Silver City, where we developed an encroachment plan. So if a fire is approaching lines, it may have started in the case of the trout fire, lightning instigated fire. As they approach lines, what's the impact? And We've seen in other states at least the thought that a power line staying energized as a fire encroaches may exacerbate an existing wildfire situation. So at what point do you turn off your line? One, what are the impacts? You know, does it impact other critical infrastructure things that may be necessary for suppression efforts? Just the hazard itself of a power line may impact the fire suppression efforts. So trout fire is another example where in working with Forest Service Incident Command, they asked us to de-energize so that they could do their backfire. And so they didn't want that hazard close to their firefighters as they were starting that backbone. They wanted that removed from consideration and remove that hazard from their folks. It impacted a communication site that they were using for their day-to-day communication. So between us and the site operator and the Forest Service, we had to do that extra collaboration. So it was key for us to be engaged in those emergency operations centers and have those conversations with those key stakeholders so that we can make real-time decisions collaboratively to benefit everybody. So yes, we de-energized the line, but the backup generator was there to power the comm site, which kept the Forest Service in full suppression operations. So that collaboration piece works, but you know, if we would have just gone with the encroachment plan, we would have probably de-energized it because the line, it's the fire approached the line. And that wouldn't have been the smart thing to do. So that outreach goes in. Additional situational awareness, there's all kinds of tools out there that we're looking at to do risk analysis, fire modeling, fire spread, some new things that have come on the market where we're looking at vegetation modeling and the risk associated with vegetation contact with power line and what that looks like. But using all of those tools with a dedicated wildfire team, even though small, I've got 2 folks on the wildfire team that are monitoring this stuff daily and providing that feedback loop to leadership about, okay, operationally, what do we need to do? Where are our risks at? What do we have going on? And that's just in and above the weather forecast. I mean, the Weather Service is only going to be able to do so much. So as the modeling gets better, we get more weather stations and cameras deployed out there in the systems where we can do more detailed analysis and modeling. All of that improves everybody's situational needs. Communications, always some templates to start with on communicating. When conditions are starting to get bad, when you're looking at the 7-day forecast, as we get closer in and that 3 to 4 day cycle, we have to reach out to community and county emergency managers because they're going to need additional lead time to get resources in place to deal if there's a PSPS or if something happens to wildfire. So we're in communications much earlier with those folks and doing that collaboration before we're really communicating with the general public. We want to be collaborative with those stakeholders and work those avenues early so that everybody's prepared for what may come. And then as we get closer to that 72, 48-hour window, we start communicating with customers about the risks of potential of a PSPS. What are the forecasts telling us that would help us drill in and get the word out to the general public and those customers about, hey, it might be a PSPS and what does that look like? So adopting a National Weather Service approach, a watch, a warning, an advisory, so that you're putting that information out there in a format that they're used to and that they can digest. Really, all of it boils down to meeting the customers where they're at communications wise. So getting it out on a lot of different platforms, news, radio, newspapers and radio, newspaper not quite as much, but radio, social media, and do direct communications, text messaging, email specific customers about what's going on in those impacted areas. So as the modeling gets better and we drill down, okay, our risk zone is a small area, we can do that direct outreach to those customers, broadcast that information out about, hey, this is what's coming, what's going on. And no matter where the decision ends up, whether it's just enacting enhanced protective settings or public safety power shutoff, the consumers are more aware of what you're doing on a daily basis. Participating in exercises and doing more response to prepare, pre-planning and working through exercises with those plans, whether they're tabletops. And then it's actually a few future recommendations, more training and exercises with external stakeholders, with community EOC, with fire officials, and working with those stakeholders to try to be as prepared as you can for any of it. So it has gone from a utility making a little bit arbitrary decision to now being far more collaborative in the community in emergency response space and fire response space, where you're interacting daily, weekly basis with them so they understand what's going on, especially during this critical time of the year where we have fire weather potential, and really engaging with those folks. You know, the emerging technology is really going to help us. The commission has been really good about grid modernization, which gives you more information about the status of your grid and where conditions and where things are happening. And then with that, we can then add more protective devices, which helps us keep those isolation points. As identified in the modeling, we can keep those outages as small as possible. So we're impacting fewer and fewer customers, at least a higher customer satisfaction, better experience on their part. Some of the considerations, you know, standards for communication, you know, things you want to see, whether it's pre-event, during event, post-event, and getting that information to commission and to other stakeholders. What does that look like? You know, what would you like to see? Definitions for all hazard plans, wildfire mitigation plans. Some states have requirements of things they want to see in those plans. It's just some recommendations in that. And then the same thing, definitions on various types of report.
Well, thank you for that presentation. Just want to do a quick check. We're a little behind schedule. We have coming up next, want to check for public comment, and then we can have a discussion Q&A. So I was thinking for that, you know, see if the commissioners have any additional questions, and after that, if there are any questions in the room or via Zoom. Do we want to power through that? Do you need a break? Power through. All right. So the first thing I want to do is check to see if we have any public comment. If you have public comment on Zoom, please go ahead and raise your hand on Zoom. Is there any public comment in the room? I'm not seeing any, and I'm also not seeing any hands up. Patrick, please let me know if you have anybody who would like to provide public comment. We can come back to that. Just give me a heads up. So, commissioners, do you have any questions or discussion?
Mr. Chair, I did have one question for this panel, and that was Mr. Chansey said that there may need to be some rulemaking for requiring emergency operations plans. I've heard from a lot of folks that we've kind of over inundating people with rulemaking the last little while, and so I really want to know whether you really want that, or whether maybe the three of you and Mr. Martinez at the back of the room ought to get together and come up with what you all would consider a good standardized emergency operation plan, because that would be the thing that if you get sued, you're going to be judged on. That's what the court would look at. And I don't know whether it needs to be in the regulations or not, but I just throw that out there. Maybe at least the first step ought to be you guys trying to come up with something before we engage in another rulemaking process. And so I just kind of wanted your thoughts on that.
No, sure. I appreciate that question. From emergency management background, my initial thought would be that, you know, maybe we're the three largest, but there's how many other cooperatives that are out there, municipal utilities that are out there. I think that's the challenge, is that three largest might be, you know, a bulk of the, you know, population, if you will. It's going to still create challenges for a county emergency operations center to then juggle the various plans that might be affected from one disaster. So they're going to have that challenge there. So I think absolutely, I think I'll speak from Excel. I'm more than happy to work with you guys and develop a kind of general template or kind of minimum requirements, if you will, to outline what's needed for an emergency operation plan or an all hazards plan. I think that's a very quick solvable thing that we could look at. But I think just, you know, throwing it out there, if there's any emergency manager partners out there, similar questions or concerns. I had a couple other states that we serve 8 states in Excel Energy, and some of the other states had that same issue. Colorado, for example, has 60 counties and 53 utility providers. I mean, do that crossover of that number of plans, and math gets pretty crazy. So that's really the only consideration. But happy to work across the suite here.
I think it'd be helpful if you all had some sort of, at least some big understanding of what needs to go in the plan, and maybe some agreement as to some of the procedures, and certainly get with Mr. Martinez with the rural electric co-ops and maybe try to come up with something that I think we ought to at least give a little bit of break before we engage in another rulemaking process. And even if we engage in that process, we want to have some ideas to what you all find beneficial. I think this was one of the topics that was touched upon in our Rio Dosa meeting, and understanding, you know, how important it is for the utilities to have access to that area that's closed off, and how do we communicate with the first responders to make sure that the first responders understand, don't stop the P&M truck when it comes up to the roadblock, you know, let them go through, or the gas company in New Mexico, Via Gas, or Excel, or 1000 Electric, you know, let them into those areas because they have a critical mission, as well as the first responders to how to deal with the issues of their lives, whether it's turning off power, turning off gas, or turning on power. You know, and those things need to be coordinated. But I would encourage you to get together, put your heads together, multi-state company with yourself. You have some of those resources from other states. And again, if you get sued, they're going to look for some standard. And having some commonality is going to be important. If that lawsuit gets filed, you can say, look, you follow this standardized plan that is the best practices for this kind of event. That may not result in no liability, but it certainly should prevent you from having excessive liability due to the damage or other things associated. So I would encourage that avenue because you're asking.
Very fair. No, I disagree, Commissioner, of putting together at least some guidelines of what we all may have interpretations of what is the best practice, but in terms of general format, what we think should be in there, that's going to be pretty standard. I mean, that's a question we get asked a lot. You know, is your wildfire mitigation plan, are your plans, you know, just a copy of what they do in California? And the answer is no, because terrain, veg type, there are things in New Mexico which are different than there are in California. And so we have to tailor them. They may have common DNA, but they don't have, they're not specifically a copy. And so with that, I think we could probably come up with some guidelines of what we would feel would be a good format of things you need to consider, put in.
think, one of the big things would be common terminology. I think that's one of the biggest things that across utilities is that we're using similar terminology in our plans and in our interfaces with our public.
Yeah, and to piggyback on that, I mean, I think I'm pretty sure I mentioned this already in one of these workshops, but that was the idea is Excel and PNM both have wildfire mitigation plans that are comprehensive and given the experience with those, I think that would be a place to start. And of course, making sure that stakeholders have an opportunity and staff an opportunity to engage with those requirements. I do think that it would be helpful to have standardized requirements, and I don't know that it would be too much of a lift or an unreasonable one, at least given that and Excel already have those mitigation plans, and so being able to standardize them and to a certain extent, right? Sometimes some flexibility is appropriate. I think that would be helpful, and also agree with your comments, Commissioner Nybert, that it could be helpful for them when there is potential litigation with issues. Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
I could weigh in on this whole, we need guidance and standards thing. I mean, one of the things that came out of today is it's come out every time you talk about wildfires. It's a complex situation. It's dynamic. You're learning. One of the things that makes it complex is interrelationships with other agencies, other infrastructure providers. So, the lofty version of what I'm thinking is go read Eleanor Ostrom Nobel Prize lecture. The Pat O'Connell version of it is don't screw up. So, I mean, basically, it's just if you try to create rules in this world where things are changing, you're going to regret your rules. So, sports analogy is Mike Tomlin, coach of Pittsburgh Steelers. He says, "Don't be that guy." So I think that's the space we're in right now. And I mean, appreciation for today, because what I heard is efforts to not be that guy, right? So that's the value of what I heard. The lamentable thing that I heard is Jack Kerouac doesn't get to sit on the fire tower, right? Beautiful books. Whatever.
Do we have any other questions from around the room? Staff on Zoom. Seems like we're all losing some steam here. Well, thank you for the conversation. We do have dates for, I think I'm moving into the closing remarks section of the agenda. We do have dates for the other workshops, which I think we have 2 more planned, and some of the discussions there having to do with creative targeting strategies and also potential for a rulemaking, or maybe not a rulemaking. And if you have any ideas for topics that you think we still need to discuss, please reach out to Mackley Kirol, who's our lead here. And thank you for the planning that you've been doing, Ms. Mackley. Commissioners, any closing remarks before we can adjourn?
I'll just again say appreciate the information. I learned a lot. Also got some new resources, so just from commissioner trying to figure out this problem today's been valuable. And then appreciation for Mackley and you for pulling this together, and then everybody who came and participated. Thank you.
With that, thank you again for the presentations, and we're adjourned.